Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Harewood on behalf of BARC Yorkshire Centre. My name's Steve Wilkinson, your commentator today, and we're also streaming live. Practice is underway. We've just into the initial elements of the second set of practice runs. And I'm trying to catch up with a few of the changes. So I think we might have an extra runner in Class 1A, which is 739. James Kirk, who's on the hill at the moment, sharing Dave Warner's car. Lawrence in the AMS Mutaya. This is an interesting kit car based on Subaru Impreza running gear. So it's got a 2-litre turbocharged engine, 4-wheel drive running gear. And, I would imagine very, very good in the wet. He's being followed up the hill by Dylan Flesher in the Suzuki powered Gator 7. Both cars running in Class B, British Hillclimb Championship Cup. And as Dylan heads up towards the finish, we've now got the first of the Porsches on the hill. The Porsches running in Porsche Speed Championship. They were here yesterday. Watson in the Boxster S. Right on the hill by Dave Hilton, who's just rounding Farmhouse Bend. Comes into the view on the live stream, charging up towards the top part of the hill. Dave in a 996 GT3. Picking up now on the live stream, Graham Rose in the Porsche 924S, 3-litre engine. Past the farmhouse. Farmhouse bend heading up towards the top part of the hill. Graham Rose campaigning this car for many, many seasons. Creasy in the Porsche Cayman heading towards Farmhouse. Yesterday we had a tremendous meeting as part of the Harewood HillClimb Championship. There were 5 class records set yesterday. We also had the ladies' hill record broken as well. So a fantastic record breaking day, loads of personal best times for the Harewood regulars. So that's the highly competitive and entertaining day's motorsport. Well, the morning was ruined by a couple of heavy rainstorms. The afternoon was fantastic. Currently got Nguyen Wadsworth powering his way up to the top of the hill in the 911 SCRS. He's followed on the hill by Andy Fagan in the Boxster S. Picking up, heading into Orchard now on the live feed, Rayson in another of the Boxsters. So an earlier model, I think, running the 2.7 litre engine. Meanwhile, already heading up towards Orchard is Geraint Evans in the Porsche 911 Carrera 3 litre. Coming out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. Geraint's been campaigning this car for many, many seasons. Final corner. Carl Lupton heads towards Farmhouse Bend in the last but one of the Porsches. 944 3 litre that's supercharged. Got a little bit of extra oomph. We have one more of the Porsche Speed competitors to go, but currently heading into Orchard. It's Laura Wardle in the Porsche 911 Carrera running in class C3. Laura shares the car with Jonathan Williamson. We'll see in the car a little bit later. And following Laura on the hill, Steve Darley. The phenomenal Subaru Legacy GL. Rocketing his way up towards the top of the hill. 57.3 is the best time he's ever done in this car. And he gets very close to that with a 57.31. And this is only practice, so what's it going to be in the timed runs? Picking up now, heading towards Orchard, Anna May Furness in the Radical Club Sport. Anna May into Farmhouse, takes the wide line all the way round. Or as one observer called it, the scenic route. Anna May up through the finish as Robert Penrose gets round Farmhouse in the mighty Pilbeam. This runs a 7.3 litre Chevrolet V8 in excess of 700 brake horsepower. And a complete contrast now on the hill. Richard Summers in the DJ Firehawk, little 1070cc Suzuki GSXR engine, which has set a new PB yesterday. And we go back to the beginning of the British Hillclimb Championship classes, Class A1, and Isabella Lawrence, Renault Clio 172. Was here yesterday, so established her personal best time on her first visit to Harewood. She'll be, I'm sure, looking to improve on that throughout the day. Now picking up Daniel Gator in the Saxo VTS. Another driver set a PB yesterday. Heading towards the top of the hill. I understand Michael Thompson is not in the Honda S2000 and has jumped ship. This is Martin Roberts in the Lotus Elise. Michael Thompson has switched classes, I think, or maybe not. This is David Leach now out of Farmhouse Bend in the Lotus Elise S1. And next on, Michael Thompson in the in a Lotus Exige. Tony Adams, regular here at Harewood. He was the unfortunate driver caught on the start line last July in the pouring rain when he was driving a Lotus Elise, now in a Porsche Cayman. First time he's driven this car here at Harewood. And in his wheel tracks, Tony Adams. In the Phil James in another Porsche Cayman. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Rod Isles in the Alfa Romeo 4C, former British Sprint champion. From Tiverton, and as he heads over the finish line, Peter Herbert in his trusty left-hand drive Porsche 911 heads round Orchard and is en route to Farmhouse Bend. Peter campaigned a very rapid Westfield for quite a number of years, probably close to 20. Switched over to the 911, which he also campaigns in European hillclimb events. Dave Warner now out of Orchard in the Clio 197 that James Kerr was in a little bit earlier. So we're back to Class A1. Bottom of the hill, we're picking up John Pick in the AMS Mutaya, heading up into an out of country corner, across the hill into Willow. John heading up through this nasty little elbow before Orchard. Around Orchard without any problems, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Powering his way out of Farmhouse. Charging up to Quarry. And through the finish. Picking up now Jonathan Flesher in the Caterham 7 with the Suzuki engine. Already been marker post bashing as he's headed up the hill, using every millimetre of track. And Jonathan sweeps through the final corner. Now we pick up Robbie Birrell, the Lotus Exige V6 Cup car. Very rapid 3.5 litre supercharged Lotus. He's through the finish. We've now got the dual-driven Porsche with Nick Wadsworth at the wheel. The left-hand drive 911 SCRS. Now we're into Mod Prods, the Class C1 for the modified production cars up to 1400cc. Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova, heading up towards the top of the hill. Set a new PB yesterday, in fine form. through the finish. Now we look to pick up Eric Moray in this absolutely immaculately prepared Hillmanim. Out of Orchard, heading up through the farm buildings, through Farmhouse Bend. Very, very nicely prepared car, the little Hillmanim, running a 1 litre turbocharged engine. And he's followed on the hill by Jock Ramsey, who's heading into Farmhouse in the Opel Manta. Jock, another driver to set a PB yesterday. Now we've got an additional runner in Class J1, number 752, Lindsay Summers. And she's in the Van Diemen RF85. Sharing the ride with Sarah Bosworth. Richard Walker, meanwhile, in the 1991 Van Diemen, rounding Farmhouse. Before yesterday's meeting, Richard Weaver's personal best time was set in at the pouring rain at the July meeting last year, so he set a new PB, knocking chunks off his previous best time. Meanwhile, heading towards the top of the hill, Les Much in the GWR Raptor. He's through the finish. He's followed on the hill by Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59, the ex-Works car, running a 1.6 litre Suzuki Hayabusa engine. And Alan shares the driving with his son David, who we'll see a little bit later. Following up the hill, 115, Jeff Twemlow, who's, if you look in the programme, I think it says that his hometown is Cornwallish. All the way from darkest Cornwall. Brought some very good news. There's a bumper crop of pasties due this year. Oh, and goes a little bit wide at Farmhouse. Certainly got a wheel on the grass there on the outside of the corner. Jeff charging up to the top of the hill. Only started hill climbing when he retired from work. Thought he ought to find another thing to fill his time. We now pick up Hayden Spedding in this superb Jaguar E-Type. Hayden was competing yesterday at Shelsley Walsh. Now into Farmhouse Bend. Holds a couple of class records here at Harewood. Now looking for Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, 2.3 litre turbocharged four-wheel drive, of course. Stephen from Salisbury, just down the road from Gerston Down. Stephen up through the finish. Picking up the Porsche 911 Carrera of Jonathan Williamson as he comes out of Orchard, heading through Farmhouse Bend now. Jonathan, as I said before, when Laura was driving the car, Jonathan's been driving this car for ages. I saw him many, many years ago at Oddicombe down in Devon. He's up through the finish now, looking for Damien Bradley in the Subaru Legacy GL. Damien shares the driving with Steve Darley. Steve, very much the Harewood expert. And Damien always up for a challenge. The two are only 0.4 away. Comes to their PBs. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. Andrew Griffiths in the Gator 7 with his Suzuki Hayabusa engine. He broke his own class record yesterday, which went back to 2009. I think 2009 was the last time he came and did what we used to call a Nat B meeting, which is now called an interclub. Oh, we've got a little bit of shuffling going on at the start line. I'm wondering if there's an issue with the radical. Alan Mcdonald has pulled ahead of Oliver Wright, and the radical being pushed back at the moment. Hopefully that's not a serious issue with the radical, as Oliver's actually leading the British Hillclimb, this particular class in the British Hillclimb Cup competition. So he needs to be scoring points again today. So hopefully that's an issue that can be resolved reasonably quickly. Meanwhile, sitting patiently on what approximates as the start line, because I'm not quite sure how far he is from it, is Alan Mcdonald in the Mini Evo Mitsubishi four-wheel drive. And for those of you of a technical inclination, the only mini bits on it are two hinges. Sorry, four hinges on the doors, but they're actually boot hinges, not door hinges. And they're the only mini bits. The rest of it is a space frame chassis, Mitsubishi running gear, and a fiberglass shell. And marshals in attendance. Right, okay. Obviously waiting for him to get the engine started, so it's lined up. So we're moments away from a launch from the little Mini. Mcdonald off and running. As far as I know, he's the only Grand Prix winner here today. Alan down into the S's, winds his way through into Chippies. Out of Chippies, now heading up towards Country Corner, which used to be the first corner on the hill. And it was a blind left-hander, which always was quite entertaining when drivers were on cold tyres when they arrived there. Meanwhile, Alan Mcdonald into Orchard. Through Farmhouse, Mitsubishi engine chirruping as he goes through the gears into Quarrier and over the finish. Meanwhile, we pick up Bob Penrose in the mighty Pilbeam MP92. This is the only sports racer of this style made by Pilbeams with a carbon fibre tub. All the rest were space frame chassis, the Le Mans specification. This originally had a Cosworth DFL engine in it, but that got sold to go back into historic racing. It's now got this Chevrolet V8 in the back, and Bob Penrose over the finish. We now move into the 1100 class, and a familiar name here at Harewood, Bob Bellaby, but not so familiar in single-seaters. First outing with this OMS 2000M. This is the ex-Graham Smith car. And Bob spent most of yesterday tweaking the car, as it was his first ever event with it. We're now into the dual-driven Formula Fords again with Caroline Ryder in the 1986 Van Diemen. Caroline through Orchard en route to Farmhouse Bend. Going quite sedately up the hill. In fact, she slowed quite considerably on the top half of the hill. She's cruising to the top at the moment. Meanwhile, hot on her heels, Martin Turner, who thankfully has got a spare starter motor for his Suzuki-powered Empire Evo, or Empire Evo 2. Very important to mention the 2. Martin Turner through the finish. Looking out now for the GWR Raptor 2 of Richard Matossian, running the BMW Superbike engine. Over the finish, very rapid indeed, and following it on from Richard Matossian, who's from Forfar, George Cockhill Jr. from Halkirk, so the Scots are definitely down here in strength today. George in a Force TA, banked as it heads up to the top part of the hill and through the finish. And next on the hill, we're looking for Emma Rayson, all the way from Guernsey with the Empire 00. This car was actually, I think, if memory serves me right, about 12 months old when the Raysons bought it, but it had never actually been used in competition. So it was effectively a brand new car. And Emma slowly whittling away her PBs in this car. Drove a Jedi for many years. Now we've got Debbie Summers up into Farmhouse Bend in the Space Frame DJ Firehawk. Debbie dividing her time this year between the British Hillclimb Championship and BTCC. Debbie through the finish. We now look to find David Tatum in the OMS Hornet. Now, for those of you on the live feed, watch this car as it comes out of Farmhouse Bend. Usually spectacular. Yeah, up onto 3 wheels and charging up towards the top of the hill. And all big lock-up going into Quarry and through the finish. Into the shared drives in the big single-seater class. And on the hill, Bernie Kevil running up into Orchard. This is an OMS 28, and it runs the unique TKD SV8 engine, 2.8 litres. And as Bernie's through the finish, Sandra Tomlin heads towards Orchard in the Pilbeam MP97. Sandra into out of Farmhouse. Big 4-litre Judd engine. Back to Pilbeam. Sandra through the finish. Looking now to pick up Lynn Owen. Another of the OMS 28s, this one running an RPE V8, 2.7 litres. And Lynn, nice tidy through Farmhouse, highly experienced driver here at Harewood. Steve Owen, of course. We now pick up Graham Nguyen, who's down in the S's. He's in the Gould GR59J. He shares with Scott Moran. Graham set a new PB yesterday. Powers his way out of Farmhouse Bend, charging up the hill through the first element of Quarry, then over the finish line. Now, here we go. This is a car from my era. This is the fantastic Chevron B19 of Richard George. Chevrons, of course, back in that, in this particular era, were made in Bolton. And this particular car went to Switzerland, bought by Joe Seifert, racing driver, and was used by various drivers, including Gerard Larousse, in the European Hillclimb Championship. And it runs a unique Cosworth FVD engine. 6 of these engines were built for Joe Seifert. And we believe this may well be the only surviving one. Heading into Orchard at the moment is Nicola Minguez in the Gould GR55B. She rewrote the ladies' outright record yesterday. The Gould GR55B and 51.92. And I think that's inside the record she set yesterday. Yes, it is. So it augurs well for the timed runs, which should be following on from practice. Meanwhile, a little bit of a change of pace. Back to the Formula Fords with Carol Nichols in the Mark IV Nike. The Nikes were designed and built by Carol's father, down in the southwest. Carol en route to the top of the hill. We're looking to pick up the next runner in practice, Ed Mcdonough, in the Dulon MP15. I think this is the oldest car in the Formula Ford class. Ed yesterday set a new personal best time. Very neat and tidy. Ed, a motoring journalist, an author. Very nice tidy run there from Ed. He's followed on the hill by Sarah Bosworth in the RF85. We saw Lindsay Summers driving the car a little bit earlier. Sarah neat and tidy through the finish. Now we're into a 1600. Oh, sorry, no, Formula Ford still. It's Rob Spedding in the Vector from 1993. Rob is the class record holder for the British Hillclimb Championship class. The finish. Now to spot Tom Weaver in the Van Diemen RF91. Had a great season with this car last year. Quite an OMS Hornet for this season, but I believe that has now been sold, and they've got another 1100cc lined up, which I believe they're going to give a debut to next weekend at Loughton Park. Anyway, Tom Weaver through the finish. We've got one of the snatch recovery vehicles towing the Radical to the top of the hill. So hopefully, whatever the problem is with the Oliver Wright anime furnace radical. It can be fixed, and we'll see them out in the time runs a little bit later. We're off running again with Rob Capper in the Empire Wraith, already darting down into the S's, into Chippies, past the old start line, up into Country Corner, over to Willow, now en route to Orchard by that nasty little left-hand elbow. Now up through the chasm between the farm buildings, round Farmhouse Bend. Rob Capper just quarry to negotiate, and he's through the finish. Following on behind, another Empire Wraith, this in the hands of Zach Zammit. Zach, all the way from Malta, running in the British Hillclimb Championships for a couple of years now. And as he heads through the finish line, Stuart Sugden in the GW Wrap, which shares with Les Much, is heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Finish. Now looking down into the S's to pick up Richard Spedding in the GW Raptor 2. Richard Spedding charging up towards the top of the hill in the Raptor. Broke his class record yesterday, and he's about 7.5 away from the class record on his second practice. Now, I was overhearing a broadcast in the paddock, and I believe there's going to be a third practice run on offer before lunch. We're not going to start with a times run, we're going to go for a third practice. On the hill, through the finish, Dave Warburton, Tim Elmer now up into Porsche with the 1999 Formula 3 Dallara, now fitted with a TKD YV8. We now pick up on the live feed Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 with a 1670cc Hayabusa. Ian heading speed trap, 98 miles an hour indicated, and over the finish. Jonathan Varley, meanwhile, into and out of the corner. This is the GWR Predator. Originally had a V10 engine in the back. When Jonathan acquired it, put a Ford BDG in. It's now got this TKD YV8. Broke his class record yesterday, or Richard Spedding's class record from 2021 yesterday. He's on fine form at the moment. Lee Griffiths, meanwhile, yet another of the OMS 28s. This one fitted with a 1.66 litre Hayabusa. Lee class record holder with a 50.76, getting very close to his class record time. Line on Price now, the ex-rally driver. Force TA with a 1720cc Suzuki Hayabusa. It's got to be the biggest so far. The metal between the cylinders must be wafer thin. To the finish, we now look to Class K2. This is for motorcycle-derived engines that are up to 2 litre but forced induction. Kelvin Broad at the wheel of the Force TA. Kelvin in and out of Orchard, charging up to Farmhouse. Kelvin just quarry to negotiate, flaming exhaust as he goes through the corner on overrun. Meanwhile, Paul Haynes, again yesterday's meeting a miss with the Gould GR59. Heading up towards Orchard, running car number 7, which indicates the position he finished in the British Hillclimb Championship last year. This is a 1.3 litre turbocharged Hayabusa engine. It's took him probably about 2 seasons to get that package right, but last season he was really going well, doing equally well this year. Currently lying 8th in the Hillclimb Championship. We're now looking to see the Van Diemen RF86 of Alex Coles. This is the, I said, the RF86 that he shares with Caroline Ryder. Remember, Caroline had an issue on her second practice run, which is maybe why Alex is a little bit delayed. But glad to see they've got the problem sorted. We can now hear the Jaguar V6 engine in the back of Paul Croot's OMS 28. This sounds absolutely glorious when it comes out of Farmhouse. All the way from Saltash in Cornwall over the finish. Now to pick up Simon Andrews, sharing with Bernie Kevell in the OMS 28. This runs the TKD SV8, and it's basically the top two halves of a Suzuki Hayabusa, of two Suzuki Hayabusas put onto a billet block with a common crank. While we're looking to spot Oliver Tomlin, the MP 9703, 4-litre Trip V8. Crackling the exhaust as he went up through the speed trap, 115 miles an hour indicated. Now looking for Stephen Owen in the OMS 28 RPE. This is the RPE V8, also built out of two Suzuki Hayabusa engines. So Stephen Owen, Mr. OMS of course. He's through the finish line now on the hill, Matt Ryder. He sit out the first two timed runs yesterday with the starter motor issue. It's all been resolved, and this is the Sean Gould car from last year. The Riders now jointly own the car with Sean. Unfortunately, Sean is out for the season with the back injury that he aggravated, the back problem he aggravated at the Masters last year. Dave Uren on track at the moment in the Gould GR55 shares with Nicola Minguez. Dave Uren in number 6, or was 6 in the championship last year. Lying in that position again this season. Arrive at Harewood. Dave through the finish. We're looking now for Trevor Willis charging towards Willow, up towards Orchard. The OMS 28, 3.2 litre RPE V8 engine. Former British Hillclimb champion, of course. He's through the finish, followed by multiple British Hillclimb champion Scott Moran in the Gould GR59 that he shares with Graham Nguyen. Scott was one of, I think it was 5 competitors who broke the hill record back in May. Finish. Alex Summers on the hill now in the DJ Firestorm. This runs the Cosworth XD V8. Alex flying up towards Quarry. Through the finish 47.91, so he's about 8/10 away from his PB. Wallace Menzies on the hill, reigning British Hillclimb champion, class record holder, outright record holder. He does like Harewood. So Wallace into and out of Farmhouse. He's quick, 122 indicated through the speed trap. And through the finish, 47.02. Only half a second quicker than the class record. But of course, this is practice, so it doesn't count. We now move into the first of our classic classes. We've already seen Richard George in that delectable Chevron B19. This is John McKenzie, Mark 1 Tina. John from Lawrence Kirk, another of the Scottish contingent here this weekend. Pained an OMS for several years before switching over to the classics. Now pick up Les Proctor in this lovely little Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. Sebring Sprite based on the Mark 1 Austin Healey Sprite, the Frog Eye. Les sweeps through the finish. Now we're picking up Amanda George in the Chevron B19. Amanda shares the car with her father Richard, who we saw earlier. This is the ex-Joe Seifert car. Spent all its life, early competitive life anyway, competing in the European Hillclimb Championships of various styles. Then went into historic circuit racing before Richard George acquired it, and it is a delectable looking car, beautiful. As you can gather, that's the one I want to take home if I could. So we're now moving into the BARC Connaught Championship class. So a round of the BARC Connaught Championship, which is a performance-based series. We've got one of our far-flung spectators, Byron Jones from New Zealand, logging in, thanking Rich Danby for the coverage and sending greetings from down under. Now this is one of the junior members of Ramsey Racing, posting on the feed. Come on, Jock Ramsey, if in doubt, flat out. Well, I don't think there's any doubt that Jock will be flat out whenever he can be. He's totally committed. Yeah, the timekeepers at Shelsley Walsh have just signed on and said we're still on first practice here in the Team Valley, followed by a sad face. Yes, there's a comment here from HillClimb.TV. Slightly slower cars at Shelsley Walsh today. Wallace could do two runs up Harewood in the time some are taking to do one at Shelsley. That's a bit fierce. Anyway, we've got James Kerr back in the car. So I'm wondering whether this is still second practice or we're into third practice runs. But James sharing car 739 with Dave Warner. And away from the start line as well, Adele Hunt in the Mini Cooper S Mark III. So James Kerr heading towards Farmhouse Bend, one of the instructors at the Harewood Driving Academy. And there are 2 more dates coming up this year and places available on both. So get onto the website. It's a great day out. And you see the hill climb course from a totally different perspective. Adele Hunt now into Orchard Bend, a little Mini Cooper S Mark III. Adele was going very, very quickly just to get within, get this right, 0.03 of her husband's time in the car. So a very competitive pair of drivers in such a Mini Cooper S. Adele heading towards the top of the hill, a puff of smoke coming out of the back of the Mini as it goes into Quarry. Now pick up Mark Laybourne in the Citroen Saxo. Mark, a long-time competitor in the Westfield Championship and circuit raced in Westfield. I believe that's recently been sold, and he's concentrated on this Citroen Saxo in the Harewood Hillclimb Championship. Paul Harris now in the Van Diemen RF85, and he's running in the Yorkshire Centre members class. Now we're back to the Bark Connaught Championship class with Neil Bateman. Neil was here yesterday, established his personal best time for Harewood, so we'll be looking to knock chunks out of that today, I have no doubt. Hard braking going into Quarry there for Neil Bateman. We now pick up Peter Siddall, Renault Clio Cup 182. Peter, another competitor here yesterday and setting a new personal best. In preparation for today's meeting. And Peter through the finish. Now see Alex Peters in the Jaguar F-Type R heading towards Farmhouse Bend. 5 litres supercharged. Got us a bit of a handful yesterday, but Alex managed to tame it, getting down to some relatively competitive times. And that's quicker than he was yesterday. Glenn Shaw now, Harewood regular with his Nissan 350Z, running in the Bark Connaught Championship. And Glenn Shaw through the finish. We're now picking up Zoe Sheerman in the, oh no we're not. Zoe Sheerman in the Lotus Exige. Toyota Yaris yesterday. This this is the first time she'll have competed here in the Exige. Roger Legg now in the Sigma powered Caterham 7. He's running the Lotus Championship for many, many seasons. Now Nabil Zalan in the Yorkshire Centre members class. And if you notice in your programme, there's no class record for Yorkshire Centre members class because it's a mixed class and they can't really have a class record. So it's just basically a day out and have some extra practice. There's a trophy at the end for the quickest. Towards the top of the hill, second season in hill climbing. With this 1.4 litre turbocharged Seat sitting on the start line. Shane Jowett in the Honda Civic Type R. And Shane having a long conversation with the start line marshals. Esme Hanna posting good luck to the Lotus Elise drivers David Leach and Martin Roberts. Eric Humphreys. Steve, are the Menzies having a private battle to see who can break the most records? I think Wallace is leading at the moment, as he broke a record yesterday, and looks like he might break another hill record today. So it could be 2-1 to Wallace, but I'm sure Nicola will be, if she repeats her form in second practice, the ladies' hill record could go again. So that would be interesting to see. And Eric Humphreys, by the way, long-time competitor here at Harewood, now living in Portugal. So the live feed being picked up worldwide. So Shane Jowett off and running through Clark's, dropping down the hill towards the S's. Winds his way through the S's, now into Chippies. You can see the old concrete start line in the background, up into Country Corner. Almost got the rear inside wheel off the ground. Shane now heading towards Orchard. Now en route to Farmhouse. Through Farmhouse Bend. Quarry to negotiate. Over the finish. We're now looking for Peter Vincent. Peter Vincent was here yesterday with his Vauxhall VX 220. Today he's in his BMW 335i. So Peter towards Quarry. Hard on the brakes over the finish. Goes sub 70. Ralph Pinder on the hill in the Peugeot 205 GTI. Ralph been MIA for a couple of seasons, now back to full health and out there in the yellow peril. Top of the hill, Montprod Peugeot, of course, through the finish. on the start line, also in the Yorkshire Centre members class, Paul Gibson in the OMS 3000M. I thought it rolled a little bit forward then, rolled onto into the starting beam, so Paul did reset. And he's away, heading towards Clark's, sweeps through Clark's, from the Tull, downhill now towards the S's, through the S's, finds his way into and out of Chippies. Ooh, got a bit loose coming out of Chippies, now into Country Corner, runs the curb all the way round into Orchard. So Paul Gibson now up into Orchard, charging up between the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend, sweeps through Farmhouse Bend, now powering his way up towards the top elements of the hill, through Quarry and over the finish. Jim Johnston now in the Triumph TR6. Jim, many seasons ago, used to campaign a Brabham Buick in the British Hillclimb Championship. Came back to hill climbing when we had our anniversary meeting a few years back. And going very well now in this TR6. Jim Johnston sweeps through the finish line. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Richard Jones in the Elva Mark 7. 1558 Lotus twin cam engine in the back. And like a lot of these Elvas, this was exported to America via Carl Haas, who was the Elva main agent. Ian Hunt on the hill now in the little Mini. Shares with wife Adele. Had a very good meeting yesterday, both setting PBs, all the way from Sidmouth. Now we've got, looking for the next runner, Steve Nicol. Yorkshire Centre members class. This is the Citroen Saxo. He shares with Mark Laybourne. And with Steve over the finish, now pick up James Harris in the 1985 Van Diemen Formula Ford. James has been going quicker and quicker in his first season of hill climbing with this Formula Ford car, and been very impressive in all the meetings so far. I don't think he's actually completed a meeting without improving his PB, so having a great season. We're now back into the third practice, and Mark Lawrence on the hill with the AMS tyre. Mark Lawrence, a bit smoky as he goes through the final elements of the hill. He's followed up by Dylan Flesher in the Caterham 7. Dylan doesn't quite hit the last post at Orchard like he did yesterday, but he's getting close to it, powering his way out of Farmhouse. And over the finish. Now into the Porsche Speed Championship third practice. David Hilton on the hill with the 996 GT3. And he slowed suddenly. Ah, we've got red flags. So a red flag there for David Hilton. And it looks like, I think the previous runner, who was Dylan, that was, yeah, Dylan Flesher in the Caterham 7, might have demolished some of the posts at the top of the hill, because I saw one of the marshals heading in that direction. So we had 3 cars that have been red flagged, all in the Porsche class. So it looks like we're about to get back underway and sitting patiently on the start line. I think that's number 19, Wadsworth. Yes, it is, in the 911 SRS through Clark's, heading down the hill into the S's. Winds his way through the S's, now into Chippies. Up into Country Corner. Sweeps through Country Corner, heading towards Willow. Now en route to Orchard. To Orchard, now the run through to Farmhouse Bend. Powers out of Farmhouse. .71 miles an hour indicated for the speed trap. And over the finish. Into Farmhouse now. Andy Fagan in the Boxster S. A bit of a bobble as it came out of the corner. The bobble under braking going into the first element of Quarry. Over the finishing line. Wayne Eason in the 2.7 litre Boxster. Very crisp as he goes up through the gearbox, heading towards Quarry and through the finish. Geraint Evans in the Porsche 911 Carrera 3 litre, which is a bit of a misnomer really, because it's a 3.3 litre engine. Geraint en route to Quarry, no problems at all over the finish. We now pick up Laura Wardle in the 911 Carrera through Farmhouse Bend. Powering up the straight. And as Laura goes through the finish, Richard Summers in the little DJ Firehawk charges into Farmhouse Bend. Into Quarry. Gosh, that looks quick. And over the finish. And that would have been a new PB for Richard. So that was a quick run. Unfortunately, still practice. Isabella Lawrence on the hill now with the Renault Clio 172. First visit to Harewood this weekend. Made full use of yesterday's event. Got plenty of runs under her belt. And up through the finish. Dave Warner, likewise in the Clio 197. A bit wayward the elements of quarry. Daniel Gator in the Saxo VTS heading towards Farmhouse. Tyres squealing in protest as he drags the car around the corner. Braking going into quarry and over the finish. Picking up Martin Roberts now in the Lotus Elise Sport 190. Go faster stripes on the car. Must be worth at least 10 mile an hour through the speed trap. Up through the finish. Ooh, hard on the brakes going into the final corner. Through. Back to the Porsche class with a rerun for Stephen Jury in the Porsche 944. We now switch back to Class A1, David Leach from Thirsk in his Lotus Elise S1. Class record holder in A1 with a 64.35. So David should take the class win again today, but you can never count targets through the finish. Michael Thompson in the Exige, not the Honda S2000. He's en route to the top of the hill. What sort of time he's doing? And it's a 65.09. It's not going to be that far away from David Leach's time. Tony Adams in the first of the Porsche Cayman into Farmhouse, running in Class A2 for the over 2 litre road going production cars. Tony has driven multiple types of cars in the past 5 or 6 years. Quite a lot of Lotuses and a couple of Porsches. Phil James, meanwhile, in the second of the Porsche Cayman. Heading to Lorry. And as he heads over the finish, Rodney Isles into Farmhouse Bend. Good number of years since Rod last competed here at Harewood. Probably in the days when he was in a single-seater. Peter Herbert also on the hill with the Porsche 911. Very neat and tidy through Orchard, now up into Farmhouse Bend. Little puff of smoke as it goes into the corner. Very crisp as he heads up through the speed trap. It can't be right. 1 mile an hour indicated. No, it was quicker than that, I'm sure. Robbie Birrell, meanwhile, in the BHC Cup, heading towards Farmhouse. Robbie was competing a couple of weeks ago, in fact, 10 days ago at Aintree, in a Renault Clio in the standard road going class. So varied competition this year. He's through the finish. Phil Tucker on the hill with the Mod Prod Vauxhall Nova. Ran quite wide on the exit of Orchard. Maybe onto the grass anyway. He's pressing on. Phil through the finish, picking up Eric Moray now in the very pretty little Hillman Im, 1 litre turbocharged engine, going very quickly through Orchard, hardly seemed to slow. Back on the power, then bobbling as he accelerates away from the corner, up into Orchard Quarry. Very quick into Quarry and over the finish. Now we've got one of the dual-driven Formula Fords, Caroline Ryder, at the wheel. This is the RF86 that she shares with Alex Coles. Caroline's last run ended with the car going quite slowly up the top half of the hill. She's heading into Quarry at unabated pace over the finish. 64.51, so that would have been a new PB for Caroline. So going very well indeed. Lindsay Summers, this is the change of car for Lindsay. 7.52 now, sharing the RF85 with Sarah Bosworth. Lindsay already into Orchard. Into Farmhouse. Up towards Quarry. Little dab of the brakes, settled the car down and over the finish. Back to the Porsches. This is David Hilton on his rerun with the Porsche 996 GT3. And he appears to be going very slowly again. A moment further down the track which I've missed, but he's not going up the hill in what I would class as a competitive speed. With Richard Weaver in the 1991 Van Diemen, he shares with son Tom. Down into the S's, sweeps through the S's, now into Chippies. Richard Weaver up into the corner. Through Willow. Now into Orchard. No problem at all. Richard set a new personal best yesterday, which I think was the first time he'd driven this car at Harewood in the drive. That's not far off his PB time. Les Much now on a charge with the GWR Raptor 1.6 litre Hayabusa engine. Les quickly over the finish. He's followed on the hill by Alan Warburton in the GR59 Gould. This was, I believe, the first of the Goulds that was started to be built, but actually was about the third one that actually hit the track. As Sean completed customer cars before his own was completed. Certainly very good history to the Warburton's car. Jeff Twemlow, meanwhile, into and out of Orchard in the Impreza. Into the final corner, over the finish. Into Orchard, factory type of Hayden Spedding. Hayden into and out of Farmhouse. It was quite smoky early on, first practice, but might just have been topped up with too much oil. Stephen Moore, meanwhile, in the Mitsubishi Evo 6 into Farmhouse Bend. His way up towards Quarry. And through the finish, now we have Damien Bradley in the Subaru Legacy GL. Third practice runs. Damien. Ooh, gets the back end a little bit sideways coming out of Farmhouse. On a charge, heading up into Quarry and over the finish. 58.53. So about 0.8 of a second away from his PB. Again, only practice. John Pick, meanwhile, into Orchard, the AMS Murtaya. John, co-driver Mark Lawrence, picking up personal best yesterday. Then followed by Andrew Griffiths in the Caterham 7. Andrew broke his own class record yesterday. He's the class record holder in Class D. And surprisingly enough, his class record yesterday exactly the same as his class record today, so he's going very well. Bob Bellaby, first weekend in single seaters with the RMS 2000M. Quicker and quicker. Finish 58.55. And crikey, that's over 2 seconds quicker than he was yesterday. Really coming to terms with the single seater. Martin Turner in the Empire Evo 2 into Farmhouse Bend. Martin only managed one time run yesterday when the starter motor broke, but back with a replacement today. Followed up the hill by George Cockhill Jr. in the Force TA. driver through the finish. That's not that far away from his personal best time. Emma Rayson, meanwhile, in the Empire 00 into Farmhouse. Very rapid at the top part of the hill, and that would have been a new personal best by nearly a full second. Back to the Porsche class with Nick Wadsworth in the 911 SCRS. Quarry, through Quarry over the finish. That's quite a competitive time. We've now got David Tatum, as always, hurling the OMS Hornet up the hill. His full value for money. Comes out of the Farmhouse on 3 wheels momentarily. Now en route to Quarry. Gosh, that's quick. Over the finish, 53 seconds dead. About half a second away from his PB. Jonathan Flesher in the Caterham 7 with the Suzuki GSX-R engine into Orchard. So they're coming up in almost like a random order at the moment. Jonathan up towards the top part of the hill. And again, looking very much like it would have been close to his PB. Richard Matossian now in the Raptor 2. Richard set a new personal best yesterday. Very quick again today. The finish, and again that would have been a new PB if it had been on a competition run rather than practice. Jonathan Williamson backwards and forwards in the classes. This is Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 running in class C3. Second away from his PB. Debbie Summers into and out of Farmhouse Bend in the Space Frame Firehawk. Over the finish. About less than a tenth away from her PB. There from Debbie. Sandy Tomlin on the hill at the moment with the Pilbeam MP97. She shares with his son Oliver. Neat and tidy through Farmhouse. The hill. Over the finish. Looking out now for Lynn Owen. The Works OMS 28. Was very tight in at the curve Orchard, now through Farmhouse. Through the finish. Nicola Minguez on the hill with the Gould GR55B. The ladies' hill record yesterday with a 51.94. She's already been quicker than that today in practice. Cup going through Quarry. 50.81. That would be great if she can do that in one of the 2 timed runs after lunch. Into the outer country low, Graham Nguyen, Gould GR59J. This runs the very small 4 litre V8. Graham works his way up towards Quarry and over the finish. And again, 51.59. That would have been a new personal best time. It was a timed run. We're into the shared drives in Class M. That's Richard George on the start line in this delectable Chevron B19. Through Clarks, down into the S's. Out of the S's into Chippies. Up into Country Corner already. Tidy through Country. Over to Willow. Richard George. Orchard. Now out of Farmhouse. Into Quarry and over the finish line in what would have been a new personal best by 1.3 seconds. So Carol Nichols into and out of Orchard, the Mark 4 Nike. Formula Fords, of course, running the Kent 1600 engine to the Hewland gearbox. All have to be space frame chassis. They all run on controlled tyres. Alex Coles, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse Bend with the RF86 heading towards the top of the hill. Oh, a little bit of a weave there between the elements of Quarry and over the finish. And a few tenths away from his PB on that particular run. Sarah Bosworth into Farmhouse now in her 1985 Van Diemen, sharing with Lindsay Summers today. Spedding meanwhile, the Vector from 1993, heading up into Farmhouse. Spedding sweeps through the corner, 60.65, about a second away from his PB and class record. Into Farmhouse now, Tom Weaver, the owned, oh, a little bit of sat-nav failure there going through the corner. Back end got away from him, but gathered it all together and carrying on towards the top of the hill. But this is not going to be a competitive time for Tom, but thankfully it's only practice. They'll get it right when it matters at the lunch break. Rob Capper, meanwhile, in the Empire Wraith, heading into Farmhouse Bend. So that's FTD at a Shelsley meeting last weekend. Oh, Zach Zammit gets sideways coming out of Orchard. And chucks it out of Farmhouse as well. This is appears to be an all-or-nothing final practice run for Zach Zammit. He's across the line in a 51.3, and that would have been a new personal best. Stuart Sugden, meanwhile, in the GWR Raptor, heading towards Farmhouse. Campaigned a really quick mini for a couple of years up in Scotland before switching over to the Raptor. And Stuart through the finish, 50.91. Again, in a personal best. Richard Spedding heading towards the top of the hill, class record holder in J2. Sweeps through the finish. 48.82, gets within 3/10 of his class record. David Warburton on the hill, carrying number 9. He was 9th in the British Hillclimb Championship last year. Currently lying 10th in the championship this season. The gold GR59, the 1.6 litre booster engine, rapid combination. He's through the finish in 50.39, about 1.3 seconds away from his PB. His own practice. Jonathan Varley next on the hill with the GWR Predator. 2 litre V8 in the back. And Jonathan set a class record yesterday. If he was to repeat that time, the time runs today, it'll be a new class record today. And 50.9 on that practice run, so he's getting very close to the class record. Einem Price, the Welsh Wizard, ex-rally driver in the Force TA into Farmhouse Bend. Sweeps into Quarry over the finish, 51.13, a 10th away from his PB. Kelvin Broad down into the S's with the Force TA, first of our first induction 2 litres. This is a 1.3 litre supercharged booster engine. Kelvin into the out of country corner through Willow. Banging as he goes into Orchard. Same again as he enters Farmhouse. Now heading up towards the top part of the hill. Banging again as it overfuels. Flames spouting out of the exhaust pipe. And Kelvin through the finish. 54.27. Again about a second away from his best time. Paul Hames on the hill. Car number 7, 7th in the championship last year, currently lying 8th. Going exceptionally well this season, as he did last. Paul into the final corner, sweeps over the finish line, 50.09, would have been a new PB, and gets him to within 1.3 seconds of the class record. Paul Croot into and out of Orchard with the Jaguar powered OMS. And Paul Croot up through the finish. We've just got a message posted on the live stream. BB Lightfoot just discovered this off the back of watching Goodwood. Well, trust me, this is better than Goodwood. It's different, you know. Goodwood is all about the history of all the cars and the drivers competing, but this is about the pure, visceral competition of hill climbing, how it used to be, how it's always been in the British Hillclimb Championship. And for the last couple of years, we've been seeing it getting more and more competitive. Steve Forrest, looking forward to them appearing in Guernsey in 2 weeks. Well, that'll be home soil for Emma Rayson, and I'm sure hubby will be out with one of those fantastic, what do they call them now? They don't call them beach races anymore. Oliver Tomlin, meanwhile, off and running in the Pilbeam through Clark's, powering his way down towards the S's. Sand races, it says at the top of the hill. At the top of the screen, thank you, Rich. Sand races, as if most of them are licensed for the road. Oliver Tomlin, meanwhile, heading up into and out of Country Corner because of the grass as he exits. Now through Willow, just the run through where he's faced with the farm buildings, and into Farmhouse Bend already. 4 litre Jug V8 powering this single-seater through the speed trap at 118 miles an hour and up through the finish. He stops at locks 51.42. Oliver Tomlin. Steve Owen on the hill with the OMS 28, the works car. Now into Farmhouse Bend. Number 3 through the speed trap and through the finish 51.99. Matt Ryder on the hill. Gould GR59J, the works. Gould GR59 from the Masters last year. Now part owned by the Riders. Matt very quickly indeed impressed everybody this year with the sheer pace as he's transferred over to the over 2 litre class and already into out of quarry. A 47.99 for Matt Ryder, and that's 0.8 of a second away from his PB. 47.99 is quick. Maybe Ren meanwhile in the Gould GR55B heading into Farmhouse. 122 indicated through the speed trap. And Dave through the finish, 49.3. He's followed on the hill by Trevor Willis, the OMS 28. Trevor charging up into Farmhouse Bend, sweeps through the corner. Whoa, a little bit of a weave as he goes into the first element of quarry. The finish 48 seconds dead for Trevor Willis. That would have been a new personal best time in the time run. Scott Moran meanwhile through Orchard into Farmhouse Bend. Into quarry almost effortlessly as he goes through the corner. 48.11 for Scott Moran. And up to the start line, it's Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm 2. Cosworth XD V8 engine. Start line crew gets him lined up. Looks like Wallace is taking his run. Alex Summers away into and out of Clark's, dropping down the hill towards the S's. chippies, past the old start line, up into Country Corner, into and out of Willow, around Farmhouse Bend, very, very quickly onto the power, through the speed trap at 125 miles an hour indicated, and through the finish 47.53 for Alex Summers. So the times are starting to come down. On the hill at the moment, Les Proctor in the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. Les from Clackheaton, been campaigning various cars over the years. I think the first one I saw him driving was the Westfield 11. Very nice little kit car. And he moved on to OMS's. Now it's a couple of historic hill climb cars, this Sebring Sprite being one. Les over the finish. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Adele Hunt, the Mark III Mini Cooper S. Adele Quarry over the finish. 75.11, that's quicker than she's been previously. If only it was a timed run, not practice. These practice runs do not count towards your personal best or to class records. Mark labouring meanwhile, the Citroen Saxo heading up towards the top of the hill. And Mark through the finish, a bit slower than he's been earlier in the day. Neil Bateman, meanwhile, en route to the top of the hill at the Bark Connaught Championship contenders with the Renault Clio. He's followed by Peter Siddall, also in the Bark Connaught Championship. Another Clio, the 182. Three wheels into Quarry. Maybe not the best way to get through that corner. Alex Peters, meanwhile, in the F-Type Jaguar, heading towards Farmhouse. And Alex Peters through Quarry, some 70. Glenn Shaw into Farmhouse Bend with a 350Z. And through the finish, a 65.44, so a little bit off his PB. It looks like we've got an issue with Zoe Sheerman in the Lotus Exige. Zoe heading away. Just driving steadily towards the top of the hill. So Zoe Sheerman just slowly driving to the top of the hill. Not quite sure what the problem was for Zoe right after the start. Meanwhile, sitting patiently on the start line is Roger Legg in the Sigma-powered Gator 7. And he's off and running into Clark's latish apex, heading down towards the S's. Through the S's now into Chippies, up towards Country Corner, out of country, now into Willow, and through the Little Elbow before Orchard. Through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Roger Legg, Sigma-powered Caterer. Up through the gears, indicated the speed trap. Roger Legg up through the finish, 69.5 seconds away from his PB. Now into the Yorkshire Centre members mixed class, Nabil Zarlan in the Seat Ibiza. And he's through the finish, 74.35. Shane Jowett in the Honda Civic Type R. Three wheels as he approaches quarry. Through the finish, 6.778. Now we've got Peter Vincent in the BMW 335i, 3-litre turbocharged engine. Competed yesterday in his VX220. Vincent through the finish, 68 to 63. Looking out now for Paul Gibson in the 3000M into out of Farmhouse Bend. 56.49. That would have been a new PB. As I keep saying, there's still practice. And we've got Paul Harris on the hill in the Van Diemen from 1985. He and son James, regulars this season at Harewood. This Van Diemen getting more and more competitive as the season wears on. Through quarry 68.67. So a steady run there for Paul. Jim Johnston in the Drive TR6 into Farmhouse Bend. 2.5 litre straight 6 engine, of course, in the TR6. And Jim through the finish 68.62. 0.25 of a second away from his PB. Richard Jones in the pretty little Elver Mark 7, rounding Farmhouse Bend. Through quarry and 67.02 for Richard. Back to the Bark Connaught Championship. Mini Cooper Mark 3, Mini Cooper S, that is, Mark 3. Ian round Farmhouse. Gets to the back end, hanging out, ends up on the grass bank on the inside of the corner, but perfectly okay. It just ended up there quite slowly, really, and he's put it into reverse, backing it back onto the tarmac. The marshals have come out, not in protest, but just to see what things are happening, and he's over the finish. Eventually, 97.03. Anyway, the red flags went out, and Stephen Nicol got caught by them. There we are, we'll get a repeat of the incident, and it all happened very quickly. But then the final climb up the bank seemed to be in slow motion. So Stephen Nicol heading up towards the top of the hill. I don't think we've got any more cars down at the start. So we're just waiting to see. Oh, there is a car going down there at the moment, and that'll be James Harris. In the 1985 Van Diemen. And he's approaching the start line. It looks like Stephen Nicol's going to get a rerun for that flagged incident. With a little mini climbed the bank at quarry. So James Harris being lined up. Gets the revs up and he's off and running. Away from the start line, heading into Clark's. Nice late apex. Uses all the track on the exit, dropping down towards the S's. Winds his way through the S's. Now into and out of Chippies. Up into Country Corner. Again uses all the track on the exit, may even have put a wheel on the grass on the exit. Heading towards Orchard. buildings into Farmhouse Bend. James Harris, the 1985 Van Diemen, again using almost every millimetre of tarmac on the exit of Farmhouse, now up into the approach to Quarry, through Quarry Bend and over the finish, 63.12. About half a second away from his PB. Meanwhile, Steve Nicol is off and running in the Saxo on his rerun. Comes out of Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. On 3 wheels through country, now heading towards Willow. Neat and tidy through Orchard, up towards Farmhouse. Saxo around Farmhouse, just 1360 cc's. Quarry to negotiate. Steve Nicol over the finish, 78.84, and that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes practice. We're now breaking for lunch. I'm not quite sure when we'll restart. Hopefully we'll get some information from the paddock about the restart time. I've not heard anything from the PA, so I'll try and get back online for the commentary about 5 or 6 minutes before the restart. And we're going to restart at 1:15. So we've got best part of 45 minutes for your lunch break. So I'll be back on air just before the restart. Right, ladies and gentlemen, well, I've been joined in the commentary box by the current leader of the British Hillclimb Championship, Alex Summers. Welcome back to Harewood, Alex, and not a bad day, really.
Yeah, not too bad today. I think we trying to work out where we can make improvements over last time, because we weren't quite quick enough when we came here in May. But yeah, just trying different things, different lines, gears, you know, all that sort of stuff. That's what practice is for, really. So yeah, not too bad all told.
Yes, it's an ideal day for you today because it's no pressure at all and getting the thing set up for tomorrow.
I like the idea of a 650 horsepower single seater being no pressure, but yeah, to an extent, yes. It's if you lose a run for whatever reason, it's not the end of the world.
No. And how do you see the seasons that so far? How it's played out for you?
Yeah, I mean it's been really intense, and it's been a constant journey to try and get more out of the car. We've struggled with the engine over the last 2 years, so we made a big leap before Gersten, which was really encouraging, because I think you do get to a point where you think, oh God, have we gone the right way? Have we gone too small on the capacity or whatever? But you know, that's been really good, and obviously having the Scott and Wallace so close all the time, and you know, Matt and now Trevor today, who's just gone fastest in that last run, just makes it a real privilege, really enjoyable thing to be involved with, and you're constantly getting more out of yourself. I think a lot of people ask me why are the records going so often, I don't think the cars have changed too much. It's just that everyone is pushing each other.
And with that competition from the other drivers, you're pushing yourself a little bit harder, which is why your times are coming down in relation to everybody else as well.
Invariably, yeah. I mean, obviously that extra bit of power we found helps, but yeah, we're just getting more out of the package, more out of ourselves as drivers. And class of 2022 is really strong. Any one of the top 5 drivers is capable of winning at any one meeting, so that's hugely exciting, if a little stressful at times.
Have you got any more upgrades planned for this year, or are you going to stick with what you've got?
I think a good night's sleep would be a bit of an upgrade. I didn't sleep well last night. My hay fever's a bit bad,
right.
But no, not really. I think there's a lot to be said for consistency with the car and knowing what you're getting in, and having the dampers the way you don't necessarily want surprises, particularly at a place like this.
Right, now we come on to what was happening the other week at Goodwood and the Festival of Speed and the McMurtry.
That's it, yeah.
Some spectacular footage. Was it as exhilarating from behind the wheel as it looked from on the onboard?
I mean, the first thing to say is that is an incredible event. There's 65,000 people there each day, so there's a fair amount of existential pressure, if that's the right word, to not put it in the bales or do the wrong thing. But the car itself is just a ballistic missile. It's such an incredible thing. For those that don't know, the McMurtry Spieling is a full electric fan car, basically. So it derives 90% of its downforce from a fan. So it always has 2 tons of downforce. So you get the most incredible launch speeds.
And you also get a brown cloud of dust following you up the hill.
Yeah, people kept coming up to say, is the engine blown up? I said, well, you'd have a job blowing this engine up, because
it's electric.
It's a load of magnets.
Yes.
But yeah, it's quite dramatic. And I think as an electric car, for those people who sit on the fence with electric, the fan makes a sort of jet engine type noise. So you do get that visceral aural experience from it. Perhaps not as much as, the Firestorm or something, but it's going a long way to get that theatre back, which I'll be honest, lacks in some electric cars.
And what do you think is the potential of that particular car?
Well, I was talking to one of the Avon engineers. Really the tyre is the limit at the moment, because it's such a massive amount of force. So it's developing a tyre carcass and a compound that can live with that level of performance. For a car to be 950 kilos, 3G in the corners, and 2G off the start line, which is about what it will do. How do you make a tyre to do that? So it's been a fantastic process working with Avon to try and make a tyre that will actually live with that. But also, you have to say that the driver becomes the limit at some point. Logically, if you say it's 15, 16 seconds faster than it was last year, if they go with a lighter battery and a better gearbox or whatever, it was worth saying that battery pack in that car will do between 5 and 10 laps of Silverstone International.
Wow!
With a significant amount of power.
So basically, if it was allowed to run on a British Hillclimb course, it could run the whole day on one charge.
It could probably run multiple. It's a 60 kilowatt hour battery. So if you do the WLTP test, which is basically a road range test for road cars, it should do 300 miles on that battery.
Right.
So we could run, say, 20 minutes at a GT3 pace, let's say 400 horsepower. So yeah, it would be more than enough to do, maybe a quarter of a season if you were careful with it. We conditioned the battery every run at Goodwood just to avoid any potential mishaps, shall we say. But yes. No, that's not actually optimised for that hill. It could do a lot longer events. It could do Euros. It could do Pikes Peak. So yeah, it's the
potential is almost
enormous, endless. And to be a part of that, and to work with that team, who most of whom I met at uni, it's been just amazing. We brought Max Chilton in, who's ex-F1, ex-IndyCar driver, and he's just taken it to another level in terms of familiarity with 3 and 4G lateral cornering.
He seemed incredibly impressed in his interview. at Goodwood.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a nicer co-driver, really. Obviously, I share with my mum and dad and wife, and that's all brilliant. But no, Max was great, and he really respected. Once he got to know a little bit more about hill climbing and he saw the engine, I mean, I showed him a picture of the Firestorm engine bay and he said, what a wonderful bit of engineering that is.
Yeah.
And trying to break down that perception that hill climbing is perhaps not as technologically advanced as it is. You know, you see things like, you know, Damien Bradley's car, you know, the Firestorm, the GR59 and Trevor's car, for example. There is some serious kit on those. And they have actually learned a little bit, I hope, from my experience of driving these cars.
Well, when we were chatting in the paddock before, you mentioned future projects and a new car coming out.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I uttered the immortal words of how hard can it be to design a car, and that was about 6 years ago. And actually, it's been a journey of discovering just how ignorant I am about cars, and actually I've grown an enormous amount of respect for anyone who's ever done that. But whether you're building a kit car or you're designing something, whatever it is. So it's been fascinating to understand just how little I knew before, and I probably still don't. But I wanted to create a big car in inverted commas. So from a slightly different approach on a cost basis, because you know at the moment there are ways you can get into hill climbing that are expensive and there are ways that are cheap, and I kind of wanted to find a way through the middle, whereby you could have big car performance and small car budget, but we've completely messed that up. It's cost a bloody fortune. So the code name was originally P40 to try and do it for 40 grand. Suffice it to say, that's
it's more like P45.
Well, yeah, Dad's calling it P45. But Mum and Dad have been brilliant. You know, Mum has been laminating nose cones. She's far better laminator than I am. So we've done a lot of pre-preg carbon. Trevor Willis has been amazing. Andy from DJ, well, actually all the DJ have been really, really helpful. Kind of looking at CAD drawings and going, you don't want to do it like that.
You don't want to do it that way.
No,
yeah.
That makes energy and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, it will be. It'll have the old V6, the Opel 2.5, which will be 400 horsepower thereabouts. It looks quite aggressive. It's quite low. Mm-hmm. It's sort of Predator GR59.
Oh, right.
It's a bit of a hybrid of all those things, but I'm not quite ready to show anyone, other than close friends yet, because it's one of those things you get really, really self-conscious about, and perhaps you shouldn't, but you do.
I think you become protective of your project. It's your little baby, and you want to make sure it's right before everybody sees it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm showing more people, as the project goes by, but we've got, I think, something that looks quite nice. My brother, who's a civil engineer and quite a serious chap, and is competitive as all brothers are, he looked at the front uprights, and he went, credible. Not incredible, just credible. So they hold the wheels on, and I have rolled it through the garage and gone. Right. But what a lovely thing to do with Mum, Dad, Debbie.
The whole family.
Yeah, and I think there's that hope that if you crash the car, that it's a couple of weekends in the garage rather than unknown bills, for example. Yeah. And I have so much respect for people like Graham, Trevor, who does a lot of his own stuff, Steve O, and all those guys, EJ Gould. It is a massive amount of work to build a car like that. You're like into,
absolutely.
I spent a week modelling top hats. Which is something you use to space bolts off bearings, and you just don't imagine it's ever going to take that long.
Yeah, the man hours involved.
Oh, ridiculous.
Horrendous.
Yeah, or mum hours in this case.
Mum hours. Well, that's great news for the future.
Yeah, I hope
so. Thanks for coming along and giving us a little bit of a chat and an insight into all your projects.
Yeah, pleasure.
And here's hoping that the second half of the season is as successful as the first half.
Well, let's hope that we have a good, safe event tomorrow, and the championship continues to be close, and it's too early to say what's going to happen. Obviously, I've been looking at Wallace's sectors, and they are compelling, or credible, should I say?
I did notice in that wet practice run that he was still pushing.
Oh, yeah.
And
I mean,
when the car steps out in the wet,
yeah,
it's far more noticeable. And he just was on it.
Yeah, I mean,
he's in tip-top form when it comes to Harewood.
I'm going to make him blush. I'm going to make him blush. I know, but he is amazing up here. I mean, it's just looking at some of the splits, and it's so accurate. We're quite good at high speed, I think, in the Firestorm. Places like Doon suit the car really well. But we've still got stuff to find in the low speed. Whether that's me or the car, I suspect it's probably me. But yeah, what a great group of guys. A lovely group of guys and an amazing set of talents. Which is what I think makes this season particularly, but in this sport, so good at the moment.
Well, I can always remember back in, I think it was about the 1980s, and a driver came into the paddock. Having had a little moment,
right.
And before he could get out of the car, the other people in the same class had got it up on the jacks and were taking wheels up and everything.
Absolutely.
And that's the spirit of hill climbing.
Absolutely. And I was really surprised at Goodwood. It's actually a similar vibe there.
All right.
I wanted to say really that it is a really friendly event. It was lovely to have Tim Wilson there, who's our championship coordinator. He's senior clerk.
Right.
And then a couple of marshals that I know, a few people were there. So I gave Dave Wickham a hug in the top paddock.
Yes, I noticed that, yeah.
Which was lovely, because it can be quite a strange place when there's so many people and you're doing so many different media things.
Did you get awestruck by all the named drivers?
Yeah, I mean, first time I met Max, I was like, hello. But yeah, they're all lovely. I mean, Corinne Chandok actually remember me from last year.
Oh, right.
And he didn't have to do that.
No.
So that's it is a really nice event, and I think I would encourage people to go and support it, because it's actually it's showing the best of British engineering and technology and drivers. And I know a lot of people would like to see a British championship car there, and I think we have to be realistic. It's not what the event's about, really, but it'll be lovely. And I think that people like Scott and Trevor with their multiple championships should aspire to do it. But it's something we've got to.
I think the biggest problem you might have is if they had a class with 5 of the top guys there, and what would happen to the hill record. Well, and it might put a few people off at Motorsport UK.
I don't know. It's a fun family event, and if you turn it into a competition like that, you've got to question who benefits from that.
Yeah.
Really, that event is an exercise in demonstrating the best of British motorsport.
Yes,
and you could argue that we're part of that. But maybe one day we will do a demo run or whatever. So I just think it's a great event. It's been brilliant to be part of it. Everyone in this paddock today has been absolutely lovely and did some nice things. So that's been good, and I'm just glad to have been a part of that record effort, as it were.
Yeah, the record-breaking team.
Yeah, that's just
because it certainly came across from watching it on telly that it was a team effort. Yeah, everybody was putting in, wanting to do better. Such
a lovely group. We had a Teams call on Wednesday because, like I say, half of them I know from uni, and they were. It was emotional in spades. We've got this guy David McMurtry put some funding together to set the project up, and then 6 years later, bang! Outright record at Goodwood. And believe you me, that is a quick cut. That is a properly fast cut.
Yeah. Well, you could tell that just by watching it off the line.
Yeah.
From the camera position when you're behind it, and it just went boom, and you thought, crikey.
That launch is amazing. Like I say, 2 tons of downforce all the time. We're actually drive shaft limited.
Right.
If you can believe it. Well, I'm sure,
I can imagine.
So it's effectively infinite acceleration possibilities, depending on how much torque you can run at the motor and so on. So, I think we're doing, if you do a 1.9 second 64 foot at a hill climb, you're doing really well. And I think we're doing like 1.3s, 1.4s. Really uncomfortable initially, but amazing. And that technology, battery electric vehicles, that's a real growth area. It's something I think we've got to embrace. And if they look like that in the future, then
that's
great.
right. It looks fantastic. It does. Well, thanks very much for popping in, Alex.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
wonder if that's a...
Yeah. All right. He found his lucky chips. Oh yeah. What one? Cheers, Reece. You good day?
Yeah, going okay.
Get on it. I'll see. Really big or whatever, then I might get into it. Just get the pension from tell you what, I think this is the one that did like
Hillclimb Championships.
I think this is the one that was like the umbrella back.
Amazing what could occupy a little child.
Daddy, it's the orange one.
Nice afternoon. Have a fun race. Watch you later. I do. I'll show for your golf gift.
Where you go?
It's yours.
Yes, as it happens, yes, it is.
What did I call you? I mean, silly works as well. You got that? Yeah.
I am.
Best way of it.
They always seem to go on fire.
Shall we set that?
Attention paddock, if we could have all drivers in batch 1 and batch 2 getting into their cars, please. So that's batch 1, class A1, car 739, class B, shared car 789, 802, class 14, cars 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and in batch 2 could we get in ring, please? That's class 3, shared car 818, class S car 828 and 829, class B car 883, class I car 842, class A1 car 34, 39, 40, 97, 98, 99, 95, class A2 car 63, 58, 92, 94, class B car 89, 102, 3, class B1 car 5 and 106, class B2 car 109, and class 14 shared car 719. We will be able to get your car.
Yeah, because you want to keep the song, where you don't want it crashing into the ground. Right. High speed car now. So you know you can be nice and soft through the slow things when you get a high speed down. Once you run down, then it can run on back. Otherwise, you can't.
But certainly the Odin's traction on the right.
No, I've got stop the video last night.
Thank you. We're sending batch 2 with it as well.
And so I just...
Right, well, cars starting to make their way down to the start area. The Porsche's leading the way with one of the dual-driven Renault Clios. I think that may well be James Kerr being lined up on the... It is 739 James Kerr. We do have a few changes. On page 27, car number 99, Robert Marwood is a non-starter. On page 29, in the Formula Ford class, we have an extra runner, 752 Lindsay Summers in the Van Diemen RF85. On page 32, number 76, Zoe Sheerman, now in a Lotus Exige. Back on 27, number 55, Michael Thompson in the same Lotus Exige. And we're off and running with our first timed run. This is James Kerr, already through Clark's and heading down the hill towards the S's in the Renault Clio 197. He's sharing with Dave Warner. Threads his way through the S's, now turning into chippies. Past the old start line, heading up towards Country Corner. Through country. Across to Willow. Up into Orchard. Through Orchard, clips the last post. So James, knowing the course, gets the most out of the tarmac. He's into Farmhouse already. Charging up the top towards the top of the hill. So James Kerr, 197 through the speed trap at 74, and through the final corner over the finish in 67.69. On the hill at the moment, heading into, going very slowly indeed, is Mark Lawrence. So I suspect that we've got some problem there because the Flesher's Caterham 7 is being red flagged. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Mark Lawrence. I was busy trying to make a note of James Kerr's time and also checking on the next runner. It's Mark Lawrence, so we might have, I don't know whether we've got a video of what went wrong, but it seems to have all gone wrong down into the S's, where he's got quite a high time into the S's, so maybe a rotational delay. So Dylan Flesher, who was in the Caterham 7, got red flagged. He'll get a rerun. Mark Lawrence still chugging his way up towards the top of the hill. We do have a time for Mark Lawrence, 1:26.55, but far from competitive. Sitting on the start line at the moment, the first of the Porsches. And we're off and running again with number 14, Paul Watson, in the Porsche Boxster S. Through Clark's, already charging down towards the S's. through the S's without any trouble, threads his way through the twisty bits, round chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. Paul Watson and the Boxster S. Away from the curb on the inside, now over towards Willow. Out of Willow, now approaching Orchard. Deep on the exit tour of Orchard. Paul Watson now up into Farmhouse Bend. That's the commentary box, en route to Quarry. Braking area. Finish 68.32, a new personal best for Paul Watson. David Hilton into and out of Farmhouse in the Porsche 996 GT3. Final corner through Quarry over the finish, 62.99. Graham Rose meanwhile into Orchard Bend, the 924S with a 3-litre engine up front, of course, driving the rear wheels. And Graham out of Farmhouse Bend towards the top part of the hill and round Quarry over the finish, 68.19. Howard Cressy into Farmhouse with the Cayman GTS. Howard sweeps into the final elements of the course, into Quarry, over the finishing line, 65.91, gets to within 300ths of his PB. Stephen Jury into Farmhouse now with the 944. This one in the 3-litre engine. Quite a lot of these cars are very heavily modified, others are totally road legal. So it's a good mix of cars in the Porsche Championship. And Stephen Jury over the finish, 67.25. Ian Wadsworth now in the 911 SCRS into Farmhouse Bend, a left hooker. Heading up towards the top of the hill. Locks up quite badly going into the last element of Quarry, 66.36, he's 100th of a second shy of his PB. Andy Fagan round Farmhouse Bend in the Boxster S. The back end's getting a bit loose, loses it all together, comes to a halt, climbs up the grass bank on the inside, keeps his foot planted, kicks a lot of grass onto the course and heads over the finishing line, 71.99. Wayne Eason now out of Farmhouse Bend over the Boxsters. This is the 2.7 litre powered car. He's heading up into Quarry, no problems for Wayne, and he's through the finish, 64.95. Back to number 802, Dylan Flasher in the Caterham 7, Suzuki GSXR powered. Dylan, British Hillclimb Cup class leader, he's through the finish, 62.01. Back down Orchard, we're back with the Porsches and Geraint Evans in the Porsche 911 Carrera 3-litre. Geraint's been campaigning this car for many seasons. Heading up to Quarry, sweeps through the final element and over the finish, 66.48. Carl Lupton into and out of Farmhouse Bend in his Porsche 944, running the 3-litre engine but supercharged. Can he get close to his personal best. He's over the finish. It is very close, 64.29, just 400 shy of his PB. On the hill now, darting down towards the bottom of the hill. That looked like Steve Darley in the Subaru Legacy. We've also got Laura Wardle heading up into Farmhouse Bend in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Laura past the commentary box, charging up towards the top part of the hill. Steve Darley, meanwhile, he's out of Willow, heading towards Orchard. Laura Wardle over the finish, 7.54. Steve Darley, meanwhile, heading towards Farmhouse Bend, sweeping into Farmhouse Bend in the Legacy GL. Class record holder, of course. He sweeps into the final corner, 57.3, and that is the class record for Steve Darley. Well, Robert Penrose in the Pilbeam MP92 on the hill. This is the MP92 with the Chevrolet V8, 7.3 litre. The engine tuned by Steve Smith in America, producing over 760 brake horsepower. Robert Penrose through the finish, 63.08. Into Farmhouse at the moment. Richard Summers in the DJ Firehawk. 1070cc Suzuki engine in the Space Marine chassis. Richard into the final corner, darts across the finish, 54.09. About a tenth of a second away from his PB. We now dial back and we go to Class A1. And it's Isabella Lawrence in the Renault Clio 172. Made a Harewood debut yesterday. Isabella rounding Farmhouse, little Clio. Was going quicker and quicker on consecutive runs yesterday in the club meeting. Already into out of quarry, and 71.41 gets to within 600ths of her personal best time. Dave Warner on the hill, heading into Farmhouse in the Renault Clio 197. And Dave sharing the car with James Kerr. Lifts the wheel as he goes through the penultimate element of quarry, over the finish, 69.55, a new personal best for Dave Warner. Picking up the next runner, Daniel Gator in the Citroen Saxo VTS. Daniel set a new personal best at yesterday's Bark meeting. So he'll be looking to make inroads onto that time. He's already up into quarry. Through the finish, new personal best, 71.94. Oh no, it's not, it's Martin Roberts in the Lotus Elise S2 Sport 190. Martin Roberts up into quarry, sweeps through the corner, 66.96, a new PB for Martin. All that practice this morning paid dividends. David Leach into and out of Farmhouse Bend. He's the class record holder with a 64.35. David hard on the brakes through quarry. 64.59 goes into the lead of the class, although we still have to see Michael Thompson, and here he comes into Farmhouse Bend with the Lotus Exige. Time to beat to go into the lead of the class, 64.59. Michael Booth already into the final element. Oh, a bit of a twitch going through quarry, and over the finish, 64.71. Gets into second place in the class, into Class A2. And Tony Adams into and out of Farmhouse in the first of the Porsche Cayman in this class. First visit to Harewood for this particular car for Tony. He's up through the finish, 66.6, which becomes his personal best time for the venue. Phil James now into Farmhouse with his Cayman. Sounding very crisp as it heads up towards Quarry. Phil James, dab of the brakes, through the finish line, 66.08 goes into the lead of the class. Rodney Isles in the Alfa Romeo 4C, British Hillclimb Cup class leader in A2. Into the approach to Quarry. A couple of dabs at the brakes to settle the car down. 65.22. New personal best for Rodney, takes him into the lead of the class. Peter Herbert now into Orchard. Last runner in Class A2 with the Porsche 911. This is the car that he uses on the continent for hill climbing. Peter making his way up towards the top of the hill. Sweeps through Quarry over the finish, 67.07. Into fourth place. Now looking out for Robbie Birrell in the Lotus Exige BHC Cup. Robbie been campaigning this car for a couple of seasons. He's also got a Porsche single-seater and a little Renault Clio that he shares with his son when he goes hill climbing at club level. And it's a 67.07 for Robbie Birrell. Sorry, that was Peter Herbert's time. Have we not got Robbie Birrell's time? Not yet. Phil Tucker, meanwhile, on the hill, Vauxhall Nova. Heading up into Farmhouse Bend. Past the commentary box. The Nova screaming away. 62.33 for Robbie Birrell, which is a new personal best time. Takes him into second place behind Dylan Flesher. Phil Tucker should have cleared the finish at the moment, but we've not got a time for him as yet. Heading towards Orchard, Eric Moray in the Hillman Imp. This runs a 1 litre turbocharged engine to keep it in under 1400 cc's. Still no time through for Phil Tucker. Eric Moray pressing on, heading up towards the final part of the course. Sweeps through the first element, then through Quarry and over the finish. He's followed on the hill by Jock Ramsey in the Opel Manta. Time for Phil Tucker, 65.01, which is a new personal best time for Phil. Time for Eric Murray, 65.42, so he only slots into second place. Jock Ramsey, meanwhile, already heading into Quarry and sweeps through the final corner over the finishing line, 66.91. Back to the Porsche class with Nick Wadsworth in the Porsche 911. Nick already up into the final elements of the course through Quarry over the finish. 65.91, new PB for Nick Wadsworth. We're back with the Fleshers. This is Jonathan in the little Suzuki Power Caterham 7. Charging up towards the top part of the hill. Jonathan through the finish goes into the lead of the class with a 61.46, which is a new PB. And we have a rotational delay for Caroline Ryder down in the S's. I'm looking at the rear of the car, which is pointing towards Chippy's. So we might get a little replay of that on the live feed. I'm not sure whether it was captured. So the marshal's having to do a multi-point turn to get Caroline pointing in the right direction. We've got a replay of it now. Oh no, this is Andy Fagan. Charging up towards the top of the hill in the Boxster. He gets a little bit loose on the entry into the first element of Quarry, slides up onto the infield, climbs the bank, and finally gets across the line. We've now got Caroline Ryder going very slowly up towards the top of the hill. After her little rotational delay in the S's. Right, we have one of the Formula 4 dual-driven cars sitting on the start line. I think this may well be Lindsay Summers. And it is 752 Lindsay Summers in the Van Diemen RF85 through Clark's already, heading down towards the S's. Sharing this little Van Diemen with Sarah Bosworth today. Rounding Chippies. Past the old start area, now heading up into Country Corner. Lindsay over into Willow, through Willow, which is a very tricky right-hander. Up towards Orchard. Tidy through Orchard, on the run through the farm buildings now, into Farmhouse Bend. Lindsay Summers charging up the straight into Poached Quarry, turning through Quarry and over the finish 67.18. Picking up Richard Weaver in the 1991 Van Diemen he shares with his son Tom. Richard charging onto the straight already, up through the speed trap, 74 miles an hour indicated. And Richard Weaver through the final corner and over the finish, 67.02. He's chased all the way by Les Much, who's just past the commentary box in the GWR Raptor. Les smokes his way through the final corner. He's followed on the hill by Alan Warburton. Alan Warburton into Farmhouse, he's got the red flag. Still don't have a time for Les Much. Flashing at the top of the hill, marshals are moving forward. Just wondering whether Les has spun after the finish. we're just waiting for an official clarification on Les Much, whether or not he got a time. Williamson and Jeff Twemlow both red flagged. Again, we're waiting confirmation that that was the case. And we're getting a DNF for number 862 Les Much, and yes, red flags for 709 and 115, so both Alan Warburton and Jeff Twemlow eligible for reruns. On the start line at the moment, Hayden Spedding with the Jaguar E-Type. Hayden currently holds 2 interclub class records in the Harewood Championship meetings with the E-Type. Currently sitting patiently on the line waiting for the green light. Running again, Hayden Spedding in the E-Type into Clark's, sweeps through Clark's, diving downhill into the S's, through the S's now into Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, through Country, towards Willow. And as Hayden Spedding heads up towards Orchard, Stephen Moore is off and running in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. Hayden Spedding now en route to Farmhouse. Hayden out of Farmhouse Bend, heading up the long straight towards the final element of the course. Quarry Bend into Quarry and over the finish, 67.26 for Hayden Spedding. Stephen Moore, meanwhile, the Mitsubishi Evo 6 heads towards Farmhouse Bend. Stephen all the way from Salisbury. His doorstep he has Gurston down hillclimb, where he's a regular and former champion. Stephen charging up towards the top of the hill. Over the finish, 60.49 for Stephen Moore. Jonathan Williamson into and out of Orchard. Jonathan leading the British Hillclimb Cup class C3 as him go into Harewood. He's heading up towards the top part of the hill. The Porsche 911 Carrera. Quarry to negotiate through the finish, 64.55. Damien Bradley into Farmhouse with the Subaru Legacy GL. Time to beat, 57.3, going to the lead of the class. Flames out of the exhaust pipe on overrun and through the finish, 57.86, not quite as quick as his PB, but nevertheless goes into second place in the class. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Andrew Griffiths in the Caterham 7. Class record holder, broke his own class record yesterday as well. Fine vein of form, and Andrew Griffiths over the finish. That's a fantastic run, 55.98, our first class record of the day. In fact, sorry, our second class record of the day. Alan Mcdonald, meanwhile, on the hill. We seem to have lost all the runners in Class F. They all hit trouble during practice. Alan Mcdonald, meanwhile, in the little Mini Evo has no such problems. Rounding Farmhouse Bend. Mitsubishi four-wheel drive transmission and engine. An approximation of a mini body shell. And Alan Mcdonald over the finish, 59.41. Following him on the hill, Bob Penrose in the Pilbeam MP92. 7.3 litre Chevrolet V8 engine. Also has a sequential manual gearbox. So it's not flappy paddle, it's a lever that you shove backwards and forwards to go up and down through the gears. Bob Penrose thundering his way up to the final elements of the course. Rounds Quarry over the finish, 65.42. Bob Bellaby en route to Farmhouse, the little OMS 2000M, the ex-Graham Smith car. Recently acquired. Very, very quickly, and a rotational delay spins, comes to a halt just before the entrance to Quarry, gets a gear and gets over the finishing line in a not uncompetitive 65.79, but we do have a red flag for Richard Matossian. And one assumes George Coghill Jr., who was also on the hill. Now Richard did this before. When he got red flagged, he stopped rather than carry on slowly. He stopped again on the approach towards Quarry. So we're getting a nice view on the live feed of Richard Matossian's GWR Raptor. Now, Feet Baloo has asked the question, do you have to cross the finish line going forwards? Years ago, a Porsche driver reckoned it was faster to let the car rotate on the last corner. I do believe somebody here today has actually gone across the line on his roof and still got a time. So you don't have to be up the right way up, and you don't have to be facing forwards either. Just so long as you cross the line between the beams, as it were. So we now have on the start line, waiting his rerun, Jeff Twemlow, all the way from Cornwall, in his Subaru Impreza. Jeff only started hill climbing when he retired. Been a huge, enthusiastic competitor ever since. One of his early events was Doom, which is a daunting prospect for experienced competitors. He went up for the April Clubby quite early after he started competing and did the 2-day Doom meeting. And like all of us who've been to Doom, fell in love with the place. But I don't think you can beat the view here at Harewood anywhere in the country. From the top of the hill you can see virtually the whole course. Thank you very much, Rich, for switching to the view of the track. You've got it all laid out in front of you. Over the years some of the vegetation has grown up, but it's absolutely fabulous place to be on a day like this. Trust me, when it's pouring down with rain, it's nowhere near as pleasant. But the competition can be equally entertaining. Meanwhile, Jeff Twemlow is still waiting on the start line. Here we go, and he's away. So Jeff Twemlow off and running, charges into Clark's corner, takes an early apex, doesn't use all the track on the exit, dropping down now into the S's. Through the S's into Chippies. Now on the run up to Country Corner. Jeff charges off towards Willow. Emma Rayson in the Empire 00 has left the start line. Jeff Twemlow meanwhile heading towards Orchard. Takes an early apex, uses all the track on the exit, up towards Farmhouse Bend. Jeff sweeps out of Farmhouse, heads up towards the top part of the hill, 85 mile an hour through the speed trap. Double tap on the brakes through Quarry, 67.24, which is a new PB for Jeff Twemlow. Emma Rayson on the hill. Little Suzuki powered Empire over the finish already for Emma. We haven't got the clocks stopping. Debbie Summers on the hill with the DJ Firehawk. Still waiting for Emma Rayson's time to come through. Debbie Summers meanwhile through Farmhouse, charging up towards the top of the hill. Quarry through the final element, over the finish. We've got a time for Emma Rayson of 55.06, which is a new personal best for Emma by 0.7 of a second. Time for Debbie Summers, 58.85, so not quite as quick as she's been previously. David Tatum on the hill with the OMS Hornet. Sweep through Orchard into Farmhouse, usually very spectacular on the exit. Yep, front wheel off the ground on a couple of occasions. David giving it the beans. Up the straight, sweeps into the final cut with the wheels locked up over the finish. 53.08 takes him into the lead. We've got a couple of cars to go. Still in the class. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. The first of our big single-seaters, and that's Bernie Kevil. He's in the OMS 28 with the TKD SV8. An engine based on two Suzuki Hayabusa engines. Bernie Kevil meanwhile over the finish, 55.35 for Bernie. He's followed on the hill by Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam MP97. Big 4-litre V8 engine. Power in this car through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Charging up towards the top part of the hill, 98 miles an hour through the speed trap. And Sandra Tomlin over the finish, 58.79. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Alan Warburton. This is a rerun for Alan in the Gould GR59, 1.6 litre Hayabusa engine. Sweeps through the first element of the final corner and over the finish line, 52.81 for Alan Warburton. Anthony Hunt meanwhile on the hill, heading up towards Orchard. This is the Gould GR55 now with the Cosworth XD engine. And Tony blasting up towards the top of the hill, 3 miles an hour through the speed trap. Sweeps round Quarry over the finish, 53.81, a new PB for Tony here at Harewood. Lynn Owen on the hill now with the OMS 28. This runs the RPE V8, 2.7 litres. Again based on two Suzuki Hayabusas. Farmhouse. 83 from the speed trap. Followed on the hill by Nicola Bingies. 57.65 for Lynn Owen. Nicola Bingies, meanwhile, already out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Broke the ladies' record yesterday. She already held the ladies' record, but it's now down at 51.94. Nicola Bingies rounds the final corner. A bit of a lock-up at Quarry, but 50.74. And that's another new ladies' record for Nicola. Into and out of Orchard. That looks very much like the 1100. And that's Nicola's brother, George Coghill Jr. in the Force TA. George up into the final. Ooh, uses a lot of track on the approach to the final element of Quarry. Gets across the line 52.74 and goes into the lead of the class with a new personal best time. Down in the S's, we've got Graham Nguyen. Graham in the Gould GR 59J with the new small Judd V8 4-litre. Graham up towards Orchard, now heading towards Farmhouse Bend. That's a new personal best yesterday. Ooh, a bit of a swerve on there as he went up straight. Now into the final corner through Quarry and a 51.43, a new personal best for Graham Nguyen. Great run for Graham. Heading down towards the S's at the moment. Richard George in the Chevron B19. This particular car was ordered by Joe Seifert. Was used mainly in hillclimb. Joe had Cosworth build, I think it was half a dozen of the Cosworth FVD engines, which was the FVC, which was an 1800, but taken out to 1975 cc's. This is one of those very rare engines in the back of the Chevron B19. So Richard George into Farmhouse Bend already. That's a new personal best yesterday. He's already been quicker than that in practice for this meeting. So what's he going to do on this run? Over the finishing line, it is a new personal best, 65.85 for Richard George. Heading towards Orchard at the moment, Carol Nichols. So we're back into our Formula Ford class. Carol in the Mark IV Nike. Car designed and built by her father, and Carol, I think, runs a Nike register and has details of all the chassis that her father built. We have another rotational delay down in the S's for Alex Coles, copying his co-driver's antics. Caroline Ryder spun in the same spot. Carol Nichols through the finish, 75.39. And Ed Mcdonough in the Dulon MP15 also through the finish. And Ed's time, 70.16, is a new personal best for Ed in what is the oldest of the Formula Fords here today, the Dulon MP15. So Alex Cole seems to have spun in exactly the same spot as Caroline Ryder. And again, the marshals at Chippy's having to do a multi-point turn to get him pointing in the right direction. And that's going to be a failed run for 149 Alex Coles. So Alex Cole, who coming into Harewood was the British Hillclimb Cup class leader for Formula Fords. So having a fail is not going to help his cause. No points on this run. Championship challenge. Slowly making his way to the top of the hill. Meanwhile, sitting patiently on the start line, Sarah Bosworth in her 1985 Formula Ford Van Diemen. BB Lightfoot, what's the gradient on Quarry? Steep is the best answer to that. So Sarah Bosworth through Clark's on her way down to the S's in the Van Diemen. Winds her way into Chippies. Now heading up towards Country Corner. Across the hill to Willow. Sarah Bosworth now has her eyes firmly fixed on Orchard. Meanwhile, Rob Spedding has left the line in the Formula Vector. Sarah Bosworth up into Farmhouse Bend. Onto the long straight up towards the last element of the course. Approaching Quarry. Into Quarry Corner and over the finishing line, 63.47, a new personal best for Sarah Bosworth. Picking up Rob Spedding now as he rounds Orchard in the Vector TF93K, a South African Ford 1600, and Rob sweeps out of Farmhouse Bend en route to the final element of the course, approaching Quarry. Turns in and over the finishing line, 61.06 goes into the lead. Heading up towards Farmhouse at the moment, Richard Matossian on his rerun in the GWR Raptor 2. BMW Superbike engine in the back. Richard charging into the final corner, across the line with a new personal best, 53.34. 53.34 takes him into third place in the class. Back to Formula Ford's Tom Weaver rounding Chippies at the moment, heading up towards Country Corner in the 1991 Van Diemen and goes straight on past the camera point, sideways, regains the track and he's carrying on. Hopefully they won't be releasing anybody from the start line as he's not going particularly quickly. And it all seems to be going well, but suddenly he appeared on the second camera going straight on. So it's very easily done at that particular point on Harewood. It's a blind approach, so you just hope you've got it right. Anyway, the clock is still running for Tom Weaver, but I think it's far better to put fail against his name, as it's not going to be a competitive run. Currently away from the start line, in fact, already, Rob Capper in the Empire Wraith 1.6 litre Hayabusa engine. He's already charging down into the S's. Winds his way through the S's into Chippies. Powering his way up towards Country Corner. Heading across to Willow. Rob into Orchard. Wasn't with us yesterday. Rob Capper Capper into Farmhouse Bend with the Empire Wraith. Sweeps into the final corner, over the finishing line. Clock's still ticking. And meanwhile, Zach Zammit has managed to rotate going through Willow and has, I think, possibly knocked off the rear wing. Meanwhile, the clock is still ticking away for Rob Capper. Well, Zach is out of the car and surveying the damage. Stuart Sugden was on the hill, so he got red flagged. Oh, we're getting a replay now. Oh yeah, back end. I think what's happened is the left rear's got on the grass coming out of Willow, and that sort of dragged him into the recticel. Seemed to be a little bit of a split of dust as he went into the corner. So I think that was the issue. Meanwhile, Stuart Sugden is carrying on up the hill. We've got one of the snatch recovery four-wheel drives going down to tow Zach Zammit. I'm assuming back up to the paddock. We still don't have a time or what happened with respect to Rob Capper, so we'll have to wait and see. My laptop is hung at the moment, waiting for the last three competitors' information to be updated. Yeah, it looks like the back wing. Oh, and it looks also like the left rear is a little bit on the bent side as well. I'm not so sure that's going to tow. Might need the flatbed. We're getting a DNF coming up for Rob Capper, so I'm just going to put fail in there for Rob. It must have happened after the finish. Oh, sorry, just before the finish. Meanwhile, we've got a view on the live feed of Zach Zammit's car, and the rear wing is quite badly mangled. The flatbed has arrived as well, so I suspect that will be required, as the left rear looks to be at a very odd angle. So there will be a delay while the Zach Zammit Empire Wraith is recovered. And while that happens, I think I'm going to get a couple coffee. Well, while we've got this little bit of a delay, just to remind people, our next meetings here at Harewood are on the 6th and 7th of August. Full details of all the events here at Harewood on the inside rear cover of your programme. And they're actually coming up on the screen at the moment. There is an extra meeting on the 27th of August, which will be one for the historic racing car fans. On the 27th of August, we're having the Harewood Celebration Hill Climb, the anniversary of the formation of Bark Yorkshire, and also it's, I think, another anniversary of Harewood Hill Climb, its first ever meeting. So that's on the 27th of August. Then on the 28th we have a round of the Bark Yorkshire Hillclimb Championship. And then on the 17th and 18th of September to the last 2 rounds of the championship, when all will be decided. If you are interested in doing the driving academy, details are on the inside front cover of the programme. Just pop along to harewoodhill.com and you'll find all the details there. And as I said earlier, I believe we have spaces at the final 2 driving academy dates on the 21st of July and the 18th of August. Home sweet home on the live feed, and all the spectators eagerly waiting the meeting to recommence, but we've still got the recovery of Zach Zamet's Empire Wraith going on. Hello, I spot Scottish invaders. Yeah, there's chap there with a very quick and competitive 1100 single-seater for sale. And it says PCD Saxon for sale. Highly recommend. It's a cracking little car. Just spotted one of the drivers wandering through, having got some, I think, ice cream. Oh, where are we zooming into now? The spectator bank on the outside of Farmhouse. So you're all going on the live feed. Yes, that's right. Cheesy smile. Thank you. And down at Clark's, you can see one of the cameras that we use to bring the live footage. Crikey, you're panning a bit quick there. I'm getting dizzy. And yeah, it's still the delicate operation of getting the Empire Wraith onto the low loader. The front nose has been taken off, and I think they're putting some sort of trolley under the back of the car because of that broken suspension. So I have a sneaking suspicion we won't be seeing Zach Zammit later this afternoon. So we're I have seen cars that have had incidents, and they've not been recovered very well, and they've actually ended up with more damage from the recovery process than the actual accident. But they're being very, very careful with the Empire Wraith. Don't want to inflict any more damage than has already been done. And I think the biggest problem may well be that left rear, which was at an odd angle, but it may well almost be semi-detached from the car, maybe just the drive shaft holding it on. So it's taking a little bit longer than anticipated to get the Empire Wraith onto the flatbed. Meanwhile, Richard Spedding sitting on the start line, strapped in and nowhere to go. We're off on our travels again, up in the spectator area behind the commentary box.
Unless I'm mistaken. Unless I'm very much mistaken, yeah.
Ooh, that looks like a certain Formula Ford driver there. They're all avidly watching something. Oh, yeah, Alex Cole's wondering, how the heck did I spin? That can't be right. What's going on there, mate? Oh, yeah.
I'm still sat on the light. Oh, the Irish gone now.
Oh, I recognise Les. Looks like Mr. Warburton. Ah, there's Mr. Ryder Senior. And Mr. Lane. Yes. We're having an interesting conversation with Anthony earlier about the Barben Star, which was an award at Barben Hillclimb for anybody who broke the hill record. And they were very, very nice, little, almost like a lapel badge made out of solid gold. And at one meeting, the hill record was broken 5 times. I don't say it bankrupted the club, but it cost them a heck of a lot of money to put them all together. They were a nice little souvenir if you were a hill record holder at Barben. There's lots of people at the top of the hill spectating. Quite a lot down at Farmhouse. Oh, there's Mr. Twemlow. Yes. Been working hard down the pasty mines. And that's the direction the weather comes from, so it looks like we're set fair for the rest of the afternoon. Don't ask me what those clouds are. There's Caroline explaining exactly how she spun and went round to the right. Oh, hello. What have you been standing in now? Wallace Menzies waiting for the call to get down to the start line. Well, there's Nicola, our ladies' hill record holder. Firestorm nicely tucked up, keeping the heat in the engine. And, we still haven't got the Zach Zammit car onto the low loader. But, yeah, the DJ Firestorm currently leading the British Hillclimb Championship. Alex Summers, of course, at the wheel. There's all the winners' decals. Oh, Jonathan Maycock, who I last saw competing in a MX-5. That might be it in the picture. Tuning in from Joyce in Austria. Great to see the live stream of the event. Well, it is, but what are you doing in Austria? It's not the skiing season, surely. Anyone know the slowest full bore time on the hill? No, but I can tell you the small bore time, it was 2:2. Although that looks like mischief. Right, have we got any further? Oh yes, it's on the low loader. There's a lot of bodywork still lying on the track or next to the track, so that's going to get itself popped onto the low loader as well and taken up to the top of the hill. We're not going to be that far. I don't want to press and hold the icon. Thank you very much, Mr. Danby. It's like a lineup for the usual suspects. Back to the Formula Fords. Still, the low load is still not started moving up to the top of the hill, or the drivers or the co-driver was about to get in, but no. Right, we've got a little bit of activity now. The low loader heading up the hill, so I'm assuming that's going to go all the way up to the paddock and return the Empire Wraith to its paddock slot. So Richard Spedding sitting patiently on the start line, and has been for quite a while now. He's trying to get his mind into gear and ready to tackle Harewood Hillclimb. So the rev's rising. Possibly waiting for the temperatures to come back up again. Right, ballpark. Spedding leads the line, heads into Clark's, very tight line through the corner, charging down towards the S's already, and the Raptor 2. Threading his way through the S's, now sweeping around Chippies, gone in a few seconds, heading up towards Country Corner. Impressive so far considering how long he's sat on the start line. Now heading up towards Orchard. Spedding sweeps through Orchard, back end slides out, but he catches it beautifully. Up into Farmhouse Bend, back on the power, blasts out of the corner, charging up the straight, 105 indicated for the speed trap. He's into Quarry, he's over the finishing line, 49.32. On the hill, Tim Elmer. 171 running in class K1. This is a 1999 Delara, now fitted with the TKD YV8, an engine based on 2 Yamaha R1 top ends. And Tim Elmer charging up towards the top part of the hill, 95 through the speed trap. And Tim just goes through Quarry over the finish. 55.30, a new personal best for Tim Elmer. Ian Tucker on the hill, OMS 28, 1.6 litre Hayabusa. Heading up into Orchard. Ian charging up between the farm buildings, through Farmhouse Bend, back on the power. The speed trap 95 miles an hour indicated, into Quarry, over the finish line, and he breaks 60 seconds for the first time ever with a 59.71. Into Orchard already, Jonathan Varley, the GWR Predator, running one of the TKD YV8, similar to Tim Elmer's engine. Set a new class record yesterday. Bark Yorkshire Centre meeting, and he's over the finish, 49.97, new class record for Jonathan Varley. Lee Griffiths, who was the class record holder, 50.76, is on the hill, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Needs to beat 49.97 to take his record back. Lee on a charge, heading up towards the top part of the hill, 108 with the speed trap. And Lee Griffiths sweeps through the final corner, 50.23. It is a personal best time, but he's second in the class. And a big, huge spin for Einem Price as he approached Orchard. In fact, I think it was about, let's see, about a 420-degree spin. Very impressive. Ooh, you'd expect that sort of thing from a rally driver. So Einen, I think he's lost the engine. So he's loosened the straps and he's starting to clamber up in the cockpit. I'm not sure whether he's lost the engine or it won't restart. I'm not sure, but he's stationary. Oh, Marshall backing away, so it sounds like it might have fired up. It has, so Nguyen making his way to the top of the hill. The clock is still running, but I'm going to put fail in on my records. Comment underneath Sprummett Orchard. So Nguyen and Price slowly heading to the top of the hill. That's his chance of qualifying for the first runoff gone. Finally get a time of 113.3, but I think fail looks a lot better. Kelvin Broad was on the hill, he got red flagged. So we'll see Kelvin a little bit later. In fact, Kelvin's decided he's not going to take the access road behind the farm building all the way to the top of the hill, back down the access road. Ooh, Marshall's out at Farmhouse. Wondering if Heinen's dumped something on the hill. Right, Marshall heading. They've spotted something that's ended up in the gravel trap. Just wondering which car that's come off. Possibly Heinen's. Meanwhile, Paul Hames sits patiently on the start line. Oh, right, well, the start line crew getting into position. Paul Hames going through the preliminaries. Car number 7, of course, 7th in the championship last year, currently lying in 8th place. And he's the British Hillclimb Cup class leader in K2. Oh, went about 3 inches, I think, or maybe 4. So it'll be resighted. So Paul going through the start procedure again. Eyes are down. Revs building up. And away we go, heading towards Clark's. Through Clark's, this is the apex by about 1.5 feet. Down into the S's. Winds his way through the S's into and out of Chippies. Powering his way up towards Country Corner. entry. Over to Willow. Now on the rock up to Orchard. Neat and tidy run from Paul. Into Farmhouse Bend. Powering his way up the straight. 118 intervention into the speed trap. Sweeps into the final element and through Quarry over the finish. 50.13, new personal best for Paul Hames. Paul Croot on the hill now with the Jaguar V6 powered OMS 28. Paul on way from Saltash in Cornwall. Heading up towards Orchard. Now up through the farm buildings. Sweeping round Farmhouse Bend. Sounds glorious as it charges up towards Quarry. Croot on the approach into Quarry. Through the final element, over the finish line, 57.99. Simon Andrews en route to Farmhouse Bend in another OMS 28. This has the unique TKD SV8. Engine based on 2 Hayabusas built by Terry Davis. He's already into the final corner. Simon Andrews, 54.37. Rounding very, very close to the bollards at Orchard. Dave Warburton. Car number 9. Currently lying 10th in the British Hillclimb Championship this season. David, that's not going quite as quickly as I was thought. He's over the finish, 57.36. So an issue there for Dave Warburton. Meanwhile, Oliver Tomlin heads into Farmhouse Bend with the Pilbeam MP97. Car earlier. Through the final element, 53.96 for Oliver Tomlin. Harry Graves now into Outer Orchard, the GR55, now running a Cosworth XD engine, 2.65 litres. Set a new PB with this car yesterday. And Terry Graves over the finishing line sets another PB, 53.31 for Terry Graves. Steve Owen on his way towards Orchard, the RPE V8 engine OMS 28, the works car. And Steve Owen knows Harewood like the back of his hand. For the finishing line, 52.45, a new PB for Steve Owen. Matt Ryder on the hill. This is the Gould GR59J. He shares ownership with Sean Gould. Matt, top of the hill, very, very quick competitor, currently lying 5th in the Hillclimb Championship. And it's a 48.15 for Matt Ryder. Down into the S's, Dave Uren in the Gould GR55B. This is the ex-Groves Ranson car. Uren was 6th in the championship last year, lying 6th this year as well. Already out of Willow, up towards Orchard. Orchard goes a bit deep into the corner, maybe carrying a little bit more speed up towards Farmhouse Bend. He's out of Farmhouse, on the charge towards the top of the hill, 125 through the speed trap is indicated. He's into and out of Quarry, 50.02 for Dave Uren. Trevor Willis heading towards Willow in the OMS 28. Ready, Trevor, hard charging driver. Gets a little bit squirrely going around Farmhouse. To the top of the hill. Is it going to be quick? It's a 48.66 for Trevor Willis. Heading towards Orchard at the moment on his rerun and rotating. Coming to a halt on the outside of the course is Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor. That's going to be a fail for Stuart. He just lost the back end as he went through the little elbow before Orchard. Here we go. Goes through that corner. Yeah, he turned in a little bit too violently and tried to get back across to the left-hand side of the track, and the tail tried to overtake him. Scott is obviously going to go all the way to the top of the hill, not going to get his tyres dirty, going on the road behind the farm buildings. Stuart Sugden back in the GWR Raptor. The marshals cleaning as much of the block off the tyres as they can. Going to drive slowly to the top of the hill. Marshals, meanwhile, sweeping the dust and gravel off the track. So that'll be the main delay, I suspect, in getting the meeting started again. Marshals cleaning up the mess that Stuart left. Sweeping has been completed. So Marshall's returning to post. As always, we fully appreciate the work done by the marshals here at Harewood. Fantastic body of men and women who allow us to enjoy a fantastic day of motorsport. Sitting patiently on the start line, Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm 2, Cosworth V8. Right, well, the marshals now getting prepared. Alex going through the start line procedure. Hands away, marching off towards Clark's, through Clark's. There's all the track on the exit, charging down into the S's. Threads his way through the S's, now into Chippies. Sweeps round Chippies in the blink of an eye. Heading up towards the corner, cross to Willow. Now charging up towards Orchard. Through Orchard, Farmhouse. And through Farmhouse on the run up towards the top of the hill. 149 indicated through the speed trap. Over the finishing line, 48.37. And on the hill, Wallace Menzies, reigning British Hillclimb Champion, class record holder, outright record holder. Finding his way into Orchard. charging up towards Farmhouse, through Farmhouse, back on the power, blisteringly quick up the straight, being indicated as a speed trap, up over the finish line, 48.42. I think that puts him second qualifier, or maybe third. Into the historics now with John McKenzie in the Mark 1 Lotus, the Mark 1 Ford Cortina. It was a Lotus Cortina. And John heading up towards Orchard, clambers over curves. Historic saloon car. Already heading up towards Farmhouse Bend. As he heads up towards the top part of the hill, Les Proctor heads towards Willow. John McKenzie running into Quarry, through Quarry approach, through the final corner, over the line, 72.41 John McKenzie. Les Proctor meanwhile just exiting Orchard in the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. It's one of a handful of genuine Sebring Sprites. Lots of replicas of that, the real deal. And Les Proctor into the final corner through Quarry and 74.12. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Amanda George, class leader in the British Hillclimb Cup with the chevron B19. Amanda needs to go sub 66 to get the farthest time. Amanda into the final corner, over the finish. Time coming up for Amanda at the moment. Yes, we do. 66.29. It's a new PB for Amanda, but she only goes second in the class. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Adele Hunt in the little Mark III Mini Cooper S, running in the Bark Connaught Championship. Adele into Quarry. The finish, new personal best, 75.80 for Adele Hunt. Now we're into the shared car in one of the shared cars in the Yorkshire Centre members class. Mark Laybourne in the Citroen Saxo. Mark, one time in the Westfield Championship. Now running this little Saxo on the hills. Through the finish, 77.75 on the start line. We're back into the British Hillclimb qualifiers, or potential qualifiers, with Kelvin Broad in the Force TA on his rerun. Just trying to get him lined up. Kelvin, visor down, a little wedge in behind the rear tyre for the start line crew, so he's all ready to go. And he's away, heading into Clark's, line through Clark's. Down towards the S's, Kelvin Broad in the Force TA, running in Class K2, forced induction cars in 2 litres, and I think that was a rotational delay coming out of Chippy's, because suddenly I heard tyres squealing and everybody didn't follow the car on the route round the corner, sort of looked off into the distance. So I think it's a spin for Kelvin Broad, although we can't quite see him on the live stream. No, he's not on that camera either. I think he's spun more or less on the apex of the corner and he's tucked in. You can just see the marshals down at the bottom, and I think he's tucked in against the banking on the inside of the corner. So that will be a fail for Calvin Broad. He had a little bit of a wayward incident on his first practice run this morning in the S's. And they've managed to extricate Calvin, and he's driving up towards the top of the hill. Calvin, as he's had outside assistance. At the moment, there's no one on the start line ready to go. Got quite a few still to take their runs onto the start line now. We've got Scott Moran, currently lying in third place in the British Hillclimb Championship with the Gould GR59J. Shares with Graham Nguyen. Scott's away, charging off towards Clark's. Oh, superb run through Clark's. Down into the S's. Threads his way through the S's. Into Chippies. Takes out one of the posts down at the bottom of the hill, up into the corner, across to Willow, to Orchard. Super smooth run from Scott Moran. Charging up towards the top of the hill, 125 through the speed trap is indicated. He's into and out of quarry, 47.62 for Scott Moran, and I think that might be our quickest qualifier. On the start line at the moment, looks like Paul Harris, 1985 Van Diemen, it is indeed. He's through Clark's, heading down towards the S's. He's running in the Yorkshire Centre members class. Now this is a mixed class of cars, so there's no class record in existence for this class, as you get everything from a 1400 Saxo via a 1600 Formula Ford Van Diemen to a 1 litre single-seater OMS. So all sorts of cars in that class, so no class record. Paul Harris, meanwhile, heading up towards Orchard. Tidy run. We'll see his son James in the car a little bit later. Winning well out of Farmhouse Bend, heading up towards the top part of the hill. Paul Harris through the early approach to quarry, through quarry itself, and over the finish, 70.48. Neil Bateman heading towards Farmhouse. We're back into the Bark Connaught Championship class. Renault Clio heading up towards the top part of the hill. Neil Bateman sweeping through, hard on the brakes going into the final element, and over the finish, new personal best, 70.23. Into Farmhouse, Peter Siddall in the Renault Clio Cup 182. Route to quarry, approach, through the final corner, over the finish, and clock frozen at 66 seconds. Meanwhile, Alex Peters in the Jaguar F-Type heads towards Farmhouse Bend. Still no time for Peter Siddall. So Alex Peters in the F-Type Jag, 5 litre supercharged engine, 67.12 for Peter Siddall. So over a second away from his PB. Glenn Shaw now into Farmhouse Bend. No time yet for Alex Peters. Glenn Shaw in the Nissan 350Z charging up towards the top part of the hill. 69.42 for Alex Peters. Glenn Shaw already through Quarry and over the finish. 65.75. This is Zoe Sheerman. Change of car for Zoe. She's in a Lotus Exige today. Rounding Farmhouse Bend. So this will be her first ever competitive time in this car. So we'll see how she goes, what that sets up as a PB. It's a 69.52. Roger Legg into Farmhouse with the Caterham 7. 1.6 litre Ford Sigma engine under the bonnet. Roger en route to Quarry. And heading over the finish. And Roger Legg's time 68.11. Nabil Zalan next on the hill with the Seat Ibiza. Out of Farmhouse Bend. Second season of hill climbing for Nabil. They're going quicker and quicker in the car over the years, or the 18 months he's been competing. And he's over the finish 73.82, just half a second shy of his PB. Shane Jowett meanwhile out of Farmhouse in the Honda Civic Type R. Another Harewood regular. Shane over the finish 67.97. Peter Vincent competed yesterday in his VX220, now in the BMW 335i. So very much a chalk and cheese weekend. Peter charging up 80 miles an hour through the speed trap is indicated. Peter Vincent sweeping through the final elements over the finish line, 68.36. Ralph Pinder in the Peugeot 205 GTI, the yellow Peril. And that's the car, not Ralph, by the way. Ralph heading through the top of the hill. 66.8. Paul Gibson in the OMS 3000M 1 litre Suzuki GSX-R engine, propelling this little single-seater towards the top of the hill. Paul swiftly through and over the finish, 58 seconds dead. Jim Johnstone on the hill with the Triumph TR6. Straight 6 2.5 litre engine. I think this is what they call a fast road tuned engine. Jim been back campaigning on the hills the last few years. Had a long sabbatical. Back in the day he used to compete in the Brabham Buick in the British Hillclimb Championship. Jim swiftly over the finishing line, 68.85. Richard Jones in the pretty little Elmer Mark 7, Ford twin cam powered, already out of Farmhouse, charging up towards the top of the hill. Richard sweeping through the final element and over the finish. The clock's still ticking. Ian Hunt on the hill in the little Mark III Mini Cooper S. Still not got a 66.45 for Richard Jones. Ian Hunt meanwhile in the Mark III Cooper S towards the top of the hill and over the finish, 75.95, 0.15 slower than wife Adele. might end up having to do the washing all next week. Rounding farmhouse at the moment, Steve Nicol in the Citroen Saxo. Little 1360cc engine working overtime. And Steve up over the finishing line, 78.35. James Harris, the last runner in the Yorkshire Centre members class, with his 1985 Van Diemen. Sweeping into the final corner and over the finish, 63.16. Right, looks like we haven't got anybody down at the start, so I've got the running order for the first of our top 12s. And the first car that we will see is number 704, Graham Nguyen. And Graham qualified in a 51.43. Next, 706, Nicola Menzies, qualified in a 50.74. Then it's 168, Lee Griffiths. And Lee qualified in a 50.23. We should then have had number 7, Paul Hames, but he has retired from the runoff. So I'm going to put him on my sheet, but I'm just going to put retired next to his name. Then it should be number 6, Dave Uren. Dave Uren qualified in a 50.02. Then 167, Jonathan Varley. And Jonathan qualified in a 49.97. Then it's 163, Richard Spedding. And Richard qualified in a 49.32. Next, number 5, Trevor Willis. And Trevor qualified in a 48.66. Then it's number 1, Wallace Menzies, who qualified in a 48.42. Then number 2, Alex Summers, qualified in a 48.37. Then 183, Matt Ryder, qualified in a 48.15. And final runner, number 4, Scott Moran. And Scott qualified in a 47.62. So that's our running order. 2 shared cars, and they're the ones up at the top end of the running order. And in fact, if you look at the times, they actually are lining up in their qualifying order, which is quite often not the case. So the times to remember here are, let me get to the right page on my notes. The outright record is a 46.86, and obviously Nicola Menzies could break the ladies' record, and that currently stands at 50.74. which is her qualifying time. So those are the two records that can be broken in the runoff. And in the British Hillclimb Championship, of course, if you break the hill record, 46.86, in the runoff, you qualify for an extra point. And with Paul Hames retiring, that's going to mean that only one competitor in the runoff will fail to score a point at least. So we just have to wait and see how that pans out. It would be at this point that I turn around to Jerry Sturman, who's usually in the commentary box at British Hillclimb meetings, and say, Jerry, who do you think is going to win today? And if I was Jerry, I'd be saying, well, it's very difficult. I think it's between Wallace, Scott and Matt. But then again, what about Alex Summers? So it's very, very tight at the top, and it has been all season. And none more so than when they were here in May, where car after car was breaking the hill record in the runoffs. It was a fantastic day. 5 times the hill record went and left at 46.86. So, also to remember at the moment that in the British Hillclimb Championship, Alex Summers is leading, Wallace Menzies is second, Scott Moran third, Trevor Willis fourth, Matt Ryder fifth, and Dave Uren sixth. So that's our top 6 at the moment before today. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes any way. I think the people, I don't think there's very many people on the periphery of the championship who's got in. Richard Spedding didn't get it. Oh yes, he did. Richard Spedding's in, he's 7th at the moment. Dave Warburton didn't get in, he's 10th. Jonathan Varley got in and he's 15th in the championship, so that's a good chance for Jonathan to move up. So we're just waiting now for the first of our runners, Graham Wynn, to, in fact there goes Graham past the commentary box now on the access road, heading down to the start area. And the car will have plenty of time to cool down when it gets to the top of the hill, because Scott Moran is the fastest qualifier. So there'll be 9 cars in between the two. So we're just waiting for Graham to head down to the start. Everybody is waiting. Half left is posted. Thanks for the coverage today and in the past. Can't wait to see these cars in person one day at a Midlands round. Well, I think they're still going to go to a couple of the Midland venues, and in fact the final meeting of the British Hillclimb Championship meeting of the year is at Loken Park, so you could be spectating there. That would be my advice, because that'll probably be a championship decider in some way or other. Still waiting for Graham Nguyen to arrive at the start. So the splits that I'll be calling out, there's a 64-foot split. The next one is just before the S's, then just before Country is the next one. On the approach to Orchard, then Farmhouse out. Hopefully we'll get the speed shown on the big screen at the bottom of the hill, and then we'll get the finish time. So those are the things that we're going to be calling, and we're hoping to give you some idea of how competitive people are as we run through the top 12 runners and riders. Still no sign of Graham Nguyen down at the start. He has headed off down there, as has Nicola Menzies, so not quite sure why we've got this delay. Here comes Graham Nguyen towards the start. So, just getting lined up. The wheel chock in position. So Graham getting ready. Making sure the visor's firmly down. Launch procedure being followed, and revs rise and he's away. 2.29 for the first 64 foot, down towards the S's where it's 9.36 at the split, into Chippies, round Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, and the next split is 20.83. Cross towards Willow, heading towards Orchard, and the next split for Graham Nguyen, 31.66 through Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse, through Farmhouse Bend, exiting Farmhouse, the next split there, 43.31, 118 miles an hour through the speed trap, and over the finishing line, 51.52, fractionally slower than his qualifying time. So that's Graham Nguyen. Meanwhile, down at the start line, Nicola Menzies is just waiting in line. Only run one car at a time in the runoffs. So Nicola starting to move forward, being pushed by Tom New. Nicola onto the start line, car being lined up. Wheel chock in place. So Nicola going through the start line procedure, just waiting for the light. Breads and away. And Nicola Menzies 2.35 for 64 foot, dropping down into the S's, and it's 9.5, so behind Graham Nguyen at this point. Heading round Chippies, heading up towards country. The country is 20.97, so still just behind Graham Nguyen. Through Willow, heading towards Orchard, and the split at Orchard 31.72. She's closing in on Graham at that point. Up towards Farmhouse, round Farmhouse, Farmhouse out. It's 44.2. She's dropped back a little bit. 115 through the speed trap and over the finish in 52.15. So no improvement over the qualifying time for Nicola. And heading to the start line at the moment, Lee Griffiths in the OMS 28. Lee qualified on a 50.23. So if he repeats that time, he'll go into the lead. And he's away from the start line. 2.14 for the launch, so quickest so far, dropping down towards the S's. And it's a 9.29, so still ahead on the clock. Oh, gets a little bit loose in the middle of the S's. Runs round Chippies. How's that cost him time? 20.33. No, he's still up on the clock. Into Willow. Now on the run towards Orchard, waiting for the next split. And it's the 31.14, half a second up on Graham Nguyen at that point. Into Farmhouse Bend, sweeps round Farmhouse, looking for the split at Farmhouse out, and it's a 43.36. So he's dropped behind Graham Nguyen at this point, heading over the finishing line in a 51.47. 105 miles an hour through the split, and he goes into the lead of the runoff ahead of Graham Nguyen. So no Paul Hames, he should have been next. So next to the line should be Dave Uren. There may be a slight delay as Nicola was in the same car, of course. We're just waiting for Dave Uren to do the driver changeover. Dave qualified on a 50.02, so again replicate that and he'll go into the lead. But Dave's PB here at Harewood is a 48.69. So that would move him up ahead of Jonathan Varley and Richard Spedding if they replicated their Q times. So we just have to wait and see, but we're still waiting for him to head down to the start. Still no sign of Dave Uran coming to the start. I'm assuming he's still up in the paddock. All right, well, Dave Uran coasting back to the start area. Qualified, say, on a 50.02. And following on behind him, Jonathan Varley will be next on the hill after Dave. And then Richard Spedding. The cars heading down to the start area quickly now that we've got the first of the shared cars heading back down there. The other shared car, of course, is Scott Moran with Graham Wins. Scott Moran qualified fastest, so we've got plenty of time to get Scotty into that car and back down to the start. But, with only a couple of cars between Nicola and Dave Uran, there has been a slight delay. Start line Croot getting back on post. So Dave Uran moving forward to the start line. Gould GR55B. So lined up and chocked. So Dave now going through these launch procedures. Getting himself nice and tightly in, visor down, and away we go. Dave Uran off and running. 2.23 for the launch. Second fastest so far. Down to the S's. 8.97. Quickest by far to S's. Round Chippies heading up towards Country Corner. And at Country Corner, 19.63. The first person to go sub 20 seconds. Through Willow, heading up towards Orchard. The Orchard split, 29.87. So again, well up on the time. Dave Uran rounding Farmhouse Bend. What's it going to be at Farmhouse out? It's 41.55, way quicker than anybody else in the runoff. Already into Quarry, 129 over the finish. And the finishing time of 49.09 for Dave Uran goes into the lead. Next the line, and heading there already, Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator. 2-litre V8 engine in the back. Very pretty little car. And Jonathan going through the start procedures on the way. Heading towards Clark's, 2.32 for the launch. Third fastest, down into the S's, 9.64, and the slowest into the S's, rounding Chippies up towards Country Corner. Can he pull some of that time back? 20.3, second quickest to Country. Now heading towards Orchard. On Orchard approach, 30.08, second quickest to there. Heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Can he get on terms with Dave Uran? Out of Farmhouse. 42.78. No, he isn't, but he's ahead of everybody else and over the finish in 50.36. Slots into second place. 108 miles an hour was recorded through the speed trap. So that's Jonathan Varley, 50.36. Puts him into second place, ahead of behind Dave Uran and ahead of Lee Griffiths. To the line now, Richard Spedding. Richard qualified on a 49.32 with the GWR Raptor 2. So all lined up. Going through his start procedure. Revs rise and the launch. It's off and running. 2.13, fastest so far. Heading down into the S's, 9.01, second fastest behind Dave Uran at that point. Round Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. 19.46, quickest to Country by a couple of tenths. Into Willow, now on the run towards Orchard. Richard Spedding 29.68, again quickest to that point. He should be quickest to Farmhouse out as well, no problems at all. Powering his way out of Farmhouse, 41.24. He now loses out on the straight line speed, 105 through the speed trap, and over the line, 48.8. Goes into the lead ahead of Dave Uran. Trevor Willis now moving forward to the start line in the OMS 28. Qualified on a 48.66. So repeat that time and he'll take the lead away from Richard Spedding. Car now lined up. Trevor going through his pre-launch procedure, and he's away, heading towards Clark, 2.13, identical time to Richard Spedding, down towards the S's, 8.73, the quickest to the S's. What can you do on the run up towards Country Corner? He's round Chippies already, up towards country, 19.12. Again, the quickest at that point. Through Willow, skirts the edge of the track, up towards Orchard. At Orchard, 29.05. Powering his way up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse. At Farmhouse, out. It's 40.53, the first one to go sub 41. So this should be the lead for Trevor, and it is with a 47.93, 122 indicated through the speed trap. So Trevor Willis goes into the lead, and in qualifying there was only Scott Moran that was quicker than Trevor's time. On the start line at the moment, Wallace Menzies in the Gould at GR59. Outright record holder with a 46.86, but qualified on 48.42. Can he get close to his hill record? Visor down and he's away. Powers off the line. 2.12 for the launch. Quickest just down into the S's. 8.76. Just behind Trevor at that point. Round Chippies heading up towards Country Corner. 80.74. Well up on the clocks at that point. Wallace through Willow, heading towards Orchard, and the split at Orchard 28.54. First one to go sub 29 into Farmhouse. This is Wallace Menzies at his imperious best, 39.61 on the exit. Again quickest, 122 through the speed trap, 46.75, a new hill record for Wallace Menzies. And not unsurprisingly, he's gone into the lead. So that at least ensures he gets an extra point, no matter where he finishes. But can anybody else match that 46.75 or beat it? We only have 3 runners left, and the next to the line will be Alex Summers. Alex qualified on a 48.37. Would only be good enough for 3rd place at the moment. So Alex about to roll forward to the start line. Not sure what the delay is for down at the start. There's a couple of people, what looks like Tom New, who's rushing back, maybe for another battery, I'm not sure. But, Tom's down there, I'm sure he's going to be helping. So we still have a bunch of people around Alex Summers' car, and Alex is climbing out, so that looks like it could be it. And he's walking away. And the car being pulled to one side. And it's Matt Ryder coming to the start line now, so no Alex Summers in the runoff. Matt Ryder on the start. He qualified on a 48.15. Again, that would only be good enough for third place. So Matt lined up, going through his start procedure. Revs rising and he's away. Heading into Clark's 2.36 for the launch, not as quick. In fact, the slowest so far. Dropping down into the S is 9.17. He's up on Lee Griffiths' time. Round Chippies, heading towards Country. And at Country Corner, it's a 19.6. So quite a way back, built slower than Richard Spedding at that point. Heading towards Orchard. Into Orchard, 29.59. Ahead of Richard Spedding now. Heading into Farmhouse Bend, sweeps round Farmhouse, charges out of Farmhouse, 40.97, 134 through the speed trap, and over the finish, 48.18, slots into third place. And Scott Moran on the start. Oh, and he's fluffed the start, so they'll have to realign him on the start line. Oh, and being pulled back now. Is there a problem? Is it a drive shaft that might have gone? The whole car juddered as he was trying to start, the car being pushed back by the attendant marshals and mechanics. So I'm not quite sure what will happen with Scott. The start line marshals are back in position. Just wondering if it is an issue, it's fixable. Oh, he's coming back down to the start again. So Scott Moran, obviously not a drive shaft. So I'm not quite sure what the issue was. Scott onto the start. Revs rising and away he goes. Nice clean start this time. 2.19 for the launch. Fourth fastest. Down towards the S's. 8.85 again. He's now third fastest to that point. Round Chippies. Almost lays waste to the bollards down there. 19.04. Second at that point. Behind Wallace Menzies. Scott Moran on a charge. Into Orchard. 28.82. Again, second to Wallace. Into Farmhouse. Sweeping round Farmhouse. On Farmhouse out, 40.14, again behind Wallace Menzies, 122 through the trap, 47.35 for Scott Moran, goes into second place. And that is the end of our first runoff, ladies and gentlemen, won by Wallace Menzies with a new hill record of 46.75. In second place, Scott Moran, 47.35. In third place, Trevor Willis, 47.93. Then Matt Ryder, 48.18. 48.18. Richard Spedding 5th, 48.80. Dave Uren 6th, 49.09. Jonathan Varley 7th, 50.36. Lee Griffiths 8th, 51.47. Graham Wynn 9th, 51.52, and in 10th, taking the last point, Nicola Minguez with a 52.15. So that concludes our first British Hillclimb Championship run-off of the day, and we've got the stricken firestorm of Alex Summers being taken to the top of the hill, towed up by our snatch recovery car. So that car will be back up in the paddock. Hopefully, whatever the issue was, it's fixable. And Alex will be able to take part, if he qualifies, in our second run-off later this afternoon. And we've now got a revised British Hillclimb Championship position. Alex Summers, this is with, I think, the totals points so far. Alex Summers and Wallace Menzies tied on 155. But when you take drop scores into account, Alex would be leading. Scott Moran is 3rd, Trevor Willis 4th, Matt Ryder 5th, Dave Uren 6th, Richard Spedding 7th, Paul Hames 8th, David Warburton 9th, and Will Hall, who's not with us today, in fact I think he's not going to be back in the championship until his new car's ready, is in 10th. But Graham Wynn has closed the gap. Got to within 10 points of Will Hall. So that's our championship position. Cars already heading down to the start area for our second series of timed runs. Do have a car on the line. The red flags are out at the moment. just been having a little bit of housekeeping. Some of the banners on the run up towards Quarry had become loose. They've been fixed. Red flags are back in, so on the start line we have James Kerr in the Renault Clio 197, Dave Warner's car that he's sharing today. 67.69 on his first run. And he's off and running already. James into and out at Clark's, heading down into the S's. Sweeping through the S's, now into Chippies, and as he heads towards Country Corner, Dylan Flesher in the Caterham heading down towards the S's, following him on track. So James Kerr out of Willow. Charging into Woolwich. Up into Farmhouse. En route to the final element of the course, into Quarry approach. Rear wheel off the ground, round Quarry, and improves to 67.26. Meanwhile, Dylan Flesher already passing the commentary box on his way to the top of the hill. 62.01 on his first run, and slightly slower 62.87 on his second. Picking up the first of our Porsches, Paul Watson in the Boxster S, number 14. Paul did a 68.32 on his first run, personal best time, and he's already into and out of Quarry. 68.39, fractionally slower than he was earlier. Passing the commentary box already, David Hilton in the Porsche 996 GT3. First run 62.99. This time quite a bit slower, 65.48 for David Hilton. Graham Rose now heading towards Farmhouse Bend in the 924S. 3-litre engine, and up into Quarry approach, now into Quarry Corner, and Graham Rose over the finish, 68.99, no improvement over his first run time. Howard Cressy in the Porsche Cayman GTS, he blasted round Farmhouse up into Quarry and over the finish, 66.63, again no improvement. Looking out for Stephen Jury, who's coming into Farmhouse Bend at the moment. Stephen did a 67.25 on his first run. 3/4 of a second away from his PB. Stephen Jury into the final corner, sweeps over the finishing line, 67.41, no improvement over that first run time. Ian Wadsworth out of Farmhouse in the Porsche 911 SCRS, 66.36 on his first run to be within 100th of his PB, and 66.30 is a new personal best for Ian Wadsworth. Andy Fagan passing the commentary box in the Boxster S. First run was a 71.99, and Andy charging up towards the top of the hill, 65.39. That's a good improvement, and he had problems on his first run. Wayne Eason on the hill, passing the commentary box, set a new PB on his first run, 64.95. What can he do this time up the hill? It's a little bit slower, 65.13. Geraint Evans rounding Farmhouse in the Porsche 911 Carrera 3-litre, 66.48 on his first run. Geraint charging up into Quarry, into into the final element and over the finish, 66.33. Handy improvement. Carl Lupton rounding Farmhouse in the Porsche 944. 3 litre supercharged unit under the bonnet. Carl over the finish, 66.28, quite a bit slower than he was earlier. Now we're into dual-driven cars. This is the dual-driven Porsche 911 of Laura Wardle, running in Class C3. Laura's first run was a 70.54. She's already headed up towards the top part of the hill. Over the finish in. Ooh, clock's still ticking down. 68.41. Good improvement over that first run time. Out of Farmhouse at the moment. Robert Penrose in the mighty Pilbeam MP92. And Robert already rumbles over the finish. 63.65. Not quite as quick as on his first run. Now we've got Steve Darley, I think it is. Yes, it is. Steve Darley into Farmhouse. He set a new class record, 57.3 on his first run. What can he do this time? He's very quickly into and out of it, and it's 57.25. So the class record goes again. Now we've got Richard Summers in the little 1 litre DJ Firehawk rounding Farmhouse Bend. 54.09 on his first run. What can Richard do this time? It's going to be quick. It's a 53.67. Not only his best time today, but his best time ever in that car here at Harewood. Back to Class A1, Isabella Lawrence heading up towards Orchard in the Renault Clio 172. 71.41 on her first run. Got to within 0.06 of her class record, personal best. And Isabella heading towards the top part of the hill already. Clio 172 and over the finish, slightly slower, 71.88. Dave Warner rounding Farmhouse in the Clio 197. First run was a 69.55, a new PB. Probably helped by having James Kerr co-driving, and he's over the finish, 69.45. Good improvement there for Dave Warner. Heading towards Farmhouse, Daniel Gator in the Saxo VTS. Just a 1.6 litre engine in the little Saxo. Daniel set a new PB on his first run with a 71.94. He's followed on the hill by Martin Roberts in the Elise. Daniel Gator over the finish, new PB, 71.68. Martin Roberts, meanwhile, charging up towards the top of the hill in the Elise. Set a new PB on his first run, 66.96. Slightly slower this time, 67.97. David Leach into and out of Farmhouse, leading Class A1 with a 64.59. He is the class record holder with a 64.35, and he's over the finish, slightly slower, 65.07. Michael Thompson now heading into Farmhouse with the Lotus Exige, lying in second place with a 64.71. Can he beat 64.35 and snatch the lead on the final run? 64.99, slightly slower than he was on his first time run, and remains in second place. Into Class A2, Tony Adams, the first of the Porsche Cayman. Established his personal best with a 66.6 on his first run, and he's sweeping into the final corner, slightly slower, 68.1. Phil James into Farmhouse Bend in the second of the Porsche Cayman. 66.08 on his first run to keep him he was in second place in the class with that time, and over the finish 66.36, no improvement for Phil James. This is Rodney Isles in the class leading Alfa Romeo 4C, 65.22 on his first run, still leads the class. He's into the final corner, through it in 65.65, so no improvement for Rod Isles. Picking up Peter Herbert now as he goes into an outer orchard in the Porsche 911. Round Farmhouse Bend. And Peter now powering his way up towards the top of the hill. 67.07 on his first timed run. He'll be looking to get into the 66s, I have no doubt. But he's not going to do it, he's slightly slower, 67.26. We now have Jonathan Flesher in the little Caterham 7 with the Suzuki engine, with a 61.46 to lead the class after the first set of time runs, and a 63.08 is no improvement, and is in fact slower than his son Dylan on the second set of time runs. Robbie Birrell, meanwhile, 62.33 on his first run to be in third place in the class. Robbie out of Farmhouse Bend in the Exige V6 Cup car. And into and out of the final corner, improves to 62.24, but doesn't improve his class position, still in third. Heading into Orchard at the moment, Phil Tucker in the class-leading Vauxhall Nova in modified series production cars up to 1400. Mob prod to you and me. And Phil Tucker charging up towards the top part of the hill. Gets a little bit onto three wheels as he came through the second element of Quarry. Over the finish, 65.03. Slightly slower than on his first run. Eric Moray now into Farmhouse Bend with the 1 litre turbocharged Imp. Eric, British Hillclimb Cup class leader in C1, but currently stuck in second. What can he do on this run? It's a 65.08, good improvement, but remains in second place. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Jock Ramsey, the Opel Manta, 66.91 on his first timed run. Jock into the final element of the course, rounding Quarry Corner, and improves to 65.99. Out of Farmhouse, we're back with the Porsches, and it's Nick Wadsworth in the 911 SCRS heading into Quarry, 65.91 on his first run, and quite a bit slower, 68.15 on his second. And suddenly it's all gone quiet and with no cars on the hill. And it looks like dual-driven Formula Ford time. Onto the start line, Caroline Ryder. Failed to trouble the scorers on her first run, and she spun down in the S's. Caroline shaking her head. Not sure what's wrong. Now having a chat with the start line crew. And they're repositioning the car. I think it might have just rolled into the beam. So Caroline now, having been repositioned, he's away off the start line, charging into Clark's. Last time line through Clark's, uses all the track on the exit, dropping down into the S's where she had her spin. Comes into the S's, no such problems this time. Nice and steady through the S's, now into chippies. Past the old start area, up towards Country Corner, through Country. Comes a little bit on the wide side out of Country, but keeps the pace. Through Willow, and as she heads towards Orchard, Richard Weaver is dropping down into the S's. Caroline Ryder into and out of Orchard. Up to Farmhouse. Neat and tidy run from Caroline, as you would expect. Now up into Quarry. Just the final element to negotiate, and over the finish line, 67.92 Caroline Ryder. Richard Weaver now heading towards Farmhouse, 67.02 on his first time run, about 0.4 of a second shy of his PB. So Richard heading up towards Quarry, squeeze through the first element. Through Quarry over the finish, 67.52, slightly slower than on his first run. Into and out of Orchard. It's that man again, Les Much. Les sweeps through Farmhouse. And up and over the finish, 52.02 for Les Much. On the start line, Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59, 1.6 litre Hayabusa. So Warby gets himself comfortable and away he goes. 52.81 on his first run. Down into the S's. Sweeps through the S's, now into chippies. Heading up towards Country Corner, a little bit of a lock-up as she approached the corner. Carrying on, carrying a little bit less speed, I would have thought, out of the corner. Heading up towards Orchard. Alan Warburton through Orchard. Very tight line and very quick indeed. Heading up now towards Farmhouse. 52.81 on his first run. Can he improve? And he seemed to go slow coming out of Farmhouse. In fact, he's going a lot slower than I would have anticipated. Time drifting away. He coasts almost over the line. 60.66. So problems there for the Warburtons. We're now back with Jeff Twemlow in the Subaru Impreza. Jeff set a new PB, 67.24 on his first time run today. Jeff charging up towards the top part of the hill. Into Quarry, gets two wheels on the grass, rotates and ends up pointing back down the hill. Big black streak left on the course, and Jeff might have lost the engine, and I suspect there'll be red flags now. There is for Hayden Spedding. Meanwhile, Jeff Twemlow is stationary at Quarry. Hayden Spedding is carrying on up the hill quite slowly. Marshals are coming out from... now Jeff's got the engine started and has managed to reverse. He's keeping reversing. I think Hayden's going to let him go. Well, it's after you, Claude. Somebody make a decision to go, and it's Hayden who makes the... Oh, no. No, nobody can decide who's going to go first. And it's Jeff. So we've got a replay now coming up for the people watching the live stream. Jeff goes very deep, leaves a big black stripe on the course, gets on the grass on the outside and does a 180 spin. So red flag still out. Marshals were still on the track at Quarry. So that'll be I'm putting down a fail for Jeff Twemlow. Quarry. So Hayden Spedding, who was red flagged, will get a rerun. Everything seems to be back to normal up at the top of the hill. Got a few people hanging over the fence getting photographs. Crowd seems to have thinned out at Farmhouse, one of the best spectating areas. Certainly at this time of the day with the sun behind you. On the start line we have Jonathan Williamson. Porsche 911 Carrera. 64.55 on his first run. Jonathan patiently waiting for the green light. Away. So Jonathan Williams off and running in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Left-hand drive car through Clark's down into the S's. Sweep through the S's now into Chippies. Around Chippies. Heading up towards Country Corner. And Damien Bradley has left the line in the Subaru Legacy GL. Meanwhile, Jonathan Williams en route to Orchard. Goes a bit shallow into Orchard Corner, loses a little bit of time on the exit as a result. Jonathan Williamson now up into Farmhouse. Damien Bradley negotiates Country Corner. Jonathan Williams heading up towards the top part of the hill. Damien Bradley, meanwhile, heading up into Orchard Corner. Jonathan Williamson over the finish, 65.51, no improvement. Damien Bradley into and out of Farmhouse. Now, can he get on terms with the 57.25 set by Stephen Darley a short while ago? Damien into Quarry. Over the finishing line, 57.88, just 200 slower than he was on the first run. Looking out now for Andrew Griffiths, who seems to be going very, very slowly in his Caterham 7. And there is a competitive car following him, the little Mini Evo. Andrew Griffiths, meanwhile, chugging along. He set a new class record on his first run. He's not going to trouble the scorers with this one. Meanwhile, it's Alan Mcdonald in the Mini Evo that's catching him up hand over fist, but it's not going to catch him before the finish line. Alan Mcdonald now heading up towards the top part of the hill. Andrew Griffiths 84.36. Obviously no improvement, and Alan Mcdonald flashing through the finish line and stops the clocks 59.65, a couple of tenths slower than on his first run. Heading up into Orchard at the moment, Bob Penrose in the Pilbeam MP92 with the Chevrolet V8, 7.3 litres, 763 brake horsepower approximately. Oh, that sounds glorious as it rumbles its way up the straight towards Quarry. And Bob Penrose round Quarry over the finishing line, 66.46, a little bit slower than on his first run. Into and out of Orchard, it's Bob Bellaby on his first weekend in this little OMS 2000M. Did a 65.79 on his first run. Did a 60.49 yesterday, so Bob charging up towards the top of the hill, looking a lot quicker this time, and a new PB, 60.11 for Bob Bellaby. Heading into Orchard at the moment, Richard Matossian in the GWR Raptor 2 BMW Superbike engine. Richard first run was a new PB 53.34 and was only good enough for third in class, and over the finish this time slightly slower, 53.8 for Richard Matossian. George Coghill in the Force TA, class leader in the 1100s with a 52.74 from his first run. Towards the top of the hill, fearless young driver from Scotland, over the finishing line, 52.79, fractionally slower, but nevertheless two competitive times from George. We're back with Stephen Moore now in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, running in class C3. He did a 60.49 on his first time run, and was in third place with that. And Stephen Moore just the finish to negotiate over the finish. 60.65, no improvement. Emma Rayson into Farmhouse Bend with the very rapid little Empire 00. Set a new personal best, 55.06 on her first timed run today. Sweeps into Quarry over the finishing line. 55.53, fractionally slower than earlier. Debbie Summers into Farmhouse with the DJ Firehawk, the space frame chassis, the Suzuki GSX-R engine. Debbie into Quarry over the line in 53.81. 53.81, her best time today, but leaves her in about fourth place. David Tatum, second in the class with a 53.08 after his first run out of Farmhouse. Not quite as spectacular as on his previous runs, maybe it'll be quicker. He's up towards Quarry, sweeps through Quarry and over the finish. 53.44 again, not as quick as earlier. Picking up Bernard Kevill now, first of our big engined shared drives. Bernie in the OMS 28, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. 55.35 on his first time run. Bernie Kevill into Quarry, 55.5, fractionally slower than on his first timed run. Sandra Tomlin heading towards Orchard. Will be MP 97.03. 58.79 on her first run up the hill. And Sandra through the speed of 95 miles an hour into Quarry and over the finish. Slightly slower than earlier, 60.37. Out now for Tony Hunt in the Golden GR55, now with a Coltsworth XD engine. 53.81 on his first run. It's a new personal best for Tony in this car at Harewood. He's over the finish line slightly slower, 54.37. Looking out now for Lynn Owen. She's approaching Orchard. It works OMS 28 into Farmhouse Bend. 57.65 on her first run. Lynn into the final elements of the course, turns through Quarry and over the line. 57.14. Not only her best time today, but a new personal best for Lynn Owen. Back to Hayden Spedding with the Jaguar E-Type on his rerun. Hayden did a 67.26 on his first timed run. Got red flagged, so has a second attempt. Powering his way up towards the top of the hill. into Quarry and over the finish, improves to 66.1. And again, we'll suddenly find ourselves without any cars at the top of the hill. So we should be seeing, I think, Formula Fords, although there's certainly not a Formula Ford leading the way. Not quite sure. It could be Stuart. Have we seen Stuart Sugden? No, we haven't got to his class yet. Ah, right, I know what that was. That was the Chevron. So I think we've got a couple of dual-driven cars first. We've certainly got Nicola Minguez and Graham Wynne to see, and it is Nicola coming to the start line. So Nicola managed to score a point in the British Hillclimb Championship in our first run-off. She's also rewritten the ladies' hill record today, stands at 50.74. So that's got to be her initial target. She's away from the start line, heading towards Clark's, through Clark's in an instant, down towards the S's, winding away through the S's, now into Chippies, out of Chippies, up towards Country Corner. Across to Willow, now heading towards Orchard. Smooth run through Orchard, plenty of time to get on the power. She came out the corner, now into Farmhouse Bend. Charging up towards the top of the hill, 118 through the speed trap. Charging into and out of Quarry, slightly slower than earlier, unfortunately, 52.25. Onto the start line, Graham Wynne in the Gould GR59J, the small compact 4-litre Judd V8 in the back of this one, the new version. Did a 51.43 in his first class run. Didn't improve in the run-off. And Graham preparing, just making sure the visor's fully down. And he's away, off the line, into Clark's. Uses all the track on the exit, down through the S's. Winds his way through there, into Chippies. Back end got a little bit loose as he came out of country. Now into Orchard. A little bit deep into the corner. Graham Wynne into Farmhouse Bend. Gets on the power early, coming out of Farmhouse. Rockets at the stretch, 100 mile an hour through the speed trap is indicated. Into and out of Quarry, 53.11. That might not be good enough to get him in the run-off. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, we've got the glorious Chevron B19, Richard George at the wheel. Currently leading Class M of the Historics with a 65.85 from his first timed run. Richard into and out of Farmhouse. quarry, sweeps through quarry and over the finish, 65.14, and it's a new class record for Richard George. Super run. Back to the Formula Fords, and it's Claire Nichols in the Mark IV Nike. Claire already up into quarry and slower than she was earlier, 78.21. Past the commentary box goes Alex Coles in the 1986 Van Diemen. Had a spin down in the S's on his first run. He's through the finish already, 63.57 on his second. Out now for Sarah Bosworth. Sarah into Farmhouse with her 1985 Van Diemen. Set a new PB on her first timed run with a 63.47. Sarah sweeping into and out of quarry. New PB 63.08. Very good run there from Sarah Bosworth. Heading up towards Orchard at the moment. Class leader Rob Spedding leads with a 61.06 from his first timed run. And Rob into and out of Farmhouse Bend in the 1993 Vector. Through quarry and over the finish, 60.84, so extends his lead in the class. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Tom Weaver, who failed to trouble the scorers on his first run. Needs to get close to his PB to move up the order, of course, and 62.91. I think that'll be good enough for second place. Here we've got Rob Capper in the Empire Wraith. Failed to record a time on his first run, but he gets a 55.07. He's followed on the hill by Stuart Sugden, who also spun on his first run. He spun off at Orchard. So this is very much a last run effort. And it's a 51.58 for Stuart Sugden, and that's a new personal best by 0.2 of a second. Cracking run for Stuart under pressure. Richard Spedding on the hill at the moment. Class leader with a 49.32 from his first run. He's already through Orchard, firing his way up towards Farmhouse Bend. Through Farmhouse, the agile GWR Raptor 2, ideal for Harewood. Speeding up towards the top of the hill and through quarry, over the finish, 48.82. That's bound to see him into the second runoff, I would have thought. Tim Elmer on the hill at the moment, heading towards Orchard in the 1999 Formula 3 Delara. Tim sweeps out of Farmhouse, charging up towards the top of the hill, 55.30 on his first run, and Tim over the finish, 54.37, a new personal best for Tim Elmer. Ian Tucker now heading towards Willow in the Hayabusa powered OMS 28. That's a new personal best, 59.71 on his first timed run. Ian into Farmhouse Bend. Just the run up the straight and quarry to negotiate. Ian Tucker over the finish, 59.67, new PB. Heading into Willow at the moment, Jonathan Varley set a new class record, 49.97 on his first class run. Powering his way up through the farm buildings, around Farmhouse Bend, charging up towards the top of the hill. into Quarry, over the finish, 50.46. That might just get him into the runoff. Out now for Lee Griffiths. Lee almost spun to a halt coming out of Orchard. Lost a fair bit of time. Now into Farmhouse Bend. This may well have scuppered his chances of getting into the runoff. Up into the last element of the course, through Quarry, over the finish, 51.51 for Lee Griffiths. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. Einem Price spun off at Orchard on his first timed run, so this is a do or die effort for the rallyist. And Einem Price into Quarry and over the finish, 52.69. Now that might not be quick enough to get him in the runoff. We'll have to wait and see. It certainly wouldn't have got him into the first runoff, that's for certain. So again, we have a problem at the start area, no cars in view. There is somebody down there prepping for the start. And that someone was Paul Croot in the OMS 28 with the 3-litre V6 Jaguar engine. Paul on the start line. And away. Little judder from the front wing as he accelerated off the line. Good launch, 2.08. Heading down into the S's. Paul sweeps through the S's, now into Chippies. Up towards Country Corner. Across the hill to Willow. Heading up into Orchard. Tight line through Orchard, back on the power early, up into Farmhouse. Can he improve on his first run? 57.99. Glorious V6 engine powering him up towards the top of the hill and over the finishing line. Slightly slower, unfortunately, 58.19 Croot. Looking out now for Simon Andrews, he's heading into Farmhouse Bend with the OMS 28 with the unique TKD SV8. 54.37 on his first timed run. Again, slightly slower, 55.1 into Farmhouse Bend. Oliver Tomlin in the Pilbeam MP97. 53.96 on his first timed run. 115 indicated through the speed trap, and he's through the finish. 51.17 for Oliver Tomlin. Terry Graves down at Chippies in the Gould GR55, now with Cosworth XD power. Through Country Corner, heading up, across the hill to Willow, now heading up towards Orchard. Nice, neat and tidy run from Terry, up into Farmhouse Bend. Did a 53.31 on his first run. Now, speed trap at 111 and over the finish, 53.37, just 600ths shy of his first run time. Steve Owen into Country Corner in the Works OMS 28. 52.95 on his first run with a new PB. Sorry, 29.45. Can't read my own writing. So Stephen Owen heading up towards the top of the hill. Into Quarry, over the finish, 52.38. And one of the few drivers to actually improve and set a new PB on his second timed run. So we're now waiting for the last, and let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runners in the big single-seater class. They should be next to the start line. And first to roll forward, Ryder. 48.15 on his first class run this morning. Oh, sorry, this afternoon. So Matt on the start line. And he's away. Heading towards Clark's. Through Clark's, nice tight line. Plenty of room on the exit, down into the S's. Into Chippies. Sweeps round Chippies. Very quick into the S's, 8.76 for the super split. And he's keeping up the record-breaking split. Could he be in for a quick time, maybe a low 48? He's heading towards Farmhouse. Through Farmhouse Bend. Now on the power, charging up to the top of the hill. 48.5 on his first class run. Over the finish, 47.71 on his second. I'm pretty certain that's got him into the second runoff. Next to the line, Dave Uren. This is like a mini top 12. All for qualifying. Dave Uren in the GR55B. Nicholas McLaren 3.5 litre V8. Sitting patiently on the line, getting lined up. He's away. Start. Qualified for the first run off with a 50.02. Down into the S's already. Into Chippies. Up towards Country. Through Willow. Heading for Farmhouse. Through Farmhouse Bend. Back on the power. Through 25 through the speed trap. 49.82. That's his best qualifying time of the day. Trevor Willis already away from the start line in the OMS 28. Quick down to the S's, 8.85. Nice split there, so he could be in for a 47, high 47 or a 48. Trevor Country corner. Heading up towards Orchard. Clips one of the posts on the inside, but doesn't dislodge it. Now into Farmhouse Bend. On the power, this is where he has issues. 22 through the speed trap and over the finish, 49.5. So a little bit quicker than Dave Uren, so that will probably see Trevor in the runoff. Scott Moran off and running. First qualifying run was a 47.62. Round Chippies, heading up towards Porsche, the corner, Country. Super smooth as always, Scott Moran on a charge. Heading up towards Quarry. 125 through the speed trap and over the finish, 48.6. Alex Summers back on track with the DJ Firestorm. Any issue he had in the runoff has been rectified. Now charging towards Farmhouse Bend. Qualified for the first runoff with a 48.37. Alex Summers up into the final corner, 129 miles an hour through the speed trap, 48.37, exactly the same time as he qualified for the first runoff. Wallace Menzies into and out of Country Corner in the Gould GR59. Popping and banging his way into Orchard. Now on the power, heading up into Farmhouse Bend. Qualified for the first runoff with a 48.42. And up into Quarry over the finish line, 48.44 for Wallace Menzies. Now into the classics with John McKenzie in the Mark 1 Ford Cortina. 72.41 on his first run. Heading up into Orchard. John McKenzie through Farmhouse Bend. Just the run up to Quarry. He's into the final meters and over the finish line, 72.28. That's his best run of today. Les Proctor already out of Farmhouse in the little Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. 74.12 on his first run. He's followed up the hill by Amanda George in the Chevron B19. 74.42 for Les Proctor, no improvement over his first run time. Amanda George into and out of Quarry. Over the line, 66.06, a new PB for Amanda, and she stays in second place behind Dad Richard. Adele Hunt now into Orchard, a little Mark III Mini Cooper S. Set a new personal best on her first time run with a 75.8. Down towards Quarry and over the finish, 76.37, no improvement over that first run time. Picking up Mark Laybourne, first of the dual driven cars in the Yorkshire Centre members class. First run was a 77.75 in a little 1400 Saxo. Mark coming up into Quarry approach, now into the final corner, over the finish, 77.48. Nice improvement. Paul Harris meanwhile already heading up towards the top of the hill, did a 70.48 on his first run and a 69.78 on that. Nice improvement there for Paul. Neil Bateman meanwhile into Farmhouse Bend, the Renault Clio. Neil's first run, 70.23, was a new PB, and he actually gets exactly the same time on his second run, 70.23. Peter Siddall into Farmhouse Bend with the Renault Clio Cup 182. 67.12, first time run today. And over the finish, improves 65.42, not only an improvement but a new personal best for Peter Siddall. Alex Peters in the F-Type. 69.42 on his first time run today. 5 litre supercharged beastie, charging up into the final element. The rear spoiler drops back into position. Across the line, 68.98, a new personal best. Glenn Shaw already passed the commentary box, heading up to the top of the hill in the 350Z. 65.75 on his first run, 65.02, handy improvement for Glenn Shaw. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Zoe Sheerman in the Lotus Exige. 69.52 on her first run. And that established her personal best in this car. Zoe into the final corner, and it's a 72.71, so a little bit slower than earlier. Roger Legg past the commentary box in the Sigma powered Caterham, 68.11 on his first run, so he'll be looking to get back into the 67s. He's not going to do it though, it's slower. 68.84. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, it's Nabil Zarlan in the Seat Ibiza, 1.4 turbocharged engine, 73.82 on his first run, half a second away from his PB. Nabil into Farmhouse, 74.21, no improvement. Shane Jowett past the commentary box in the Civic Type R. He's over the finish in a 68.05, which is no improvement for him. This is Peter Vincent now out of Farmhouse in the BMW 355i. 68.36 on his first run, and over the finish improves to 67.73. Ralph Pinder heading towards Farmhouse Bend in the Peugeot 205 GTI. 66.8 on his first time run. He's up into Quarry, over the finish, 67.15, slightly slower. Looking out now for Paul Gibson in the OMS 3000M. 58 seconds dead on his first times run. Out of Farmhouse already, on the run up to the top of the hill. And round Quarry over the finish, 56.97, gets to within 0.2 of a second of his PB. Looking out now for Jim Johnstone in the Triumph TR6, 68.85 on his first run. About half a second shy of his PB. Can he carve a few tenths off? Straight 6, 2.5 litre engine, sounding glorious as it came out of Farmhouse. Coming up to the top of the hill, through the Quarry approach, into and out of Quarry, slightly slower than earlier, 69.36 for Jim Johnstone. Richard Jones already out of Farmhouse Bend in the Mark 7 Elva. His first run was a 66.45. And slightly slower, 66.89 for Richard Jones. Looking out now for Ian Hunt in the Mark 3 Mini Cooper S. The final runner in the Bark Connaught Championship class. Ian's first run was a 75.95. Heading towards Quarry. A little bit of smoke as he goes into the corner, over the finish. 75.80 matches Adele Hunt's time to the 100th of a second. Steve Nicol heading up towards the top of the hill. Penultimate runner in the Yorkshire Centre members class. He's through the finish, 80 seconds dead. So no improvement for Stephen. James Harris already passed the commentary box in the little Van Diemen RF85, and he's through the finish with his best time today, 62.84. And that, I think, concludes our class runs. And while that was all going on, I've been given the runners and riders for our second top 12 runoff. So I shall run through those. So here we go. This is the order they will come to the line. First runner, number 706, Nicola Menzies. And Nicola qualified on a 52.25. Second, 862, Les Much. He qualified on a 52.02. Then it'll be 162, Leslie's co-driver, Stuart Sugden, who qualified on a 51.58. Then it will be Lee Griffiths, number 168, Lee Griffiths, and Lee qualified on a 51.51. Then 167, Jonathan Varley, qualified on a 50.46. Then number 6, Dave Uren, qualified on a 49.82. He will be followed by number 5, Trevor Willis, who qualified on a 49.5. Then number 163, Richard Spedding, in the GWR Raptor, qualified on a 48.82. Then number 4, Scott Moran. And Scott qualified on a 48.6. Next, number 1, Wallace Menzies. And Wallace qualified on a 48.44. Then number 2, Alex Summers, qualified on a 48.37. And the final runner, number 183, Matt Ryder, who qualified on a 47.71. So that's our running order for our second runoff of the day. And we're going to have quite a bit of a delay, I would have thought, because there are 2 cars running back to back, which are identical. It's Les Much and co-driver Stuart Sugden, who've been positioned in 11th and 10th qualifiers. So we'll see those. That will, I'm pretty certain, indicate quite a longish delay in the runoff while the driver changeover takes place in the paddock at the top of the hill. So for the people on the live stream, we've got a paddock shot of Nicola in the GR55B being pushed out of the paddock, rolling very, very slowly forward as she puts on her gloves. Meanwhile, there is organised chaos at the top of the hill as everybody gets prepared for the top 12 runoff, and those who haven't qualified are starting to pack up. So Nicola and Les heading down towards the start area. Nicola coasting down. And there's a couple of people there helping with the tyre protection, removing that. Nicola, I thought it was starting to roll forward. Yes, imperceptibly moving forward towards the start line. Start line crew lining up the Gould. And we're ready for the start of our second top 12 runoff of the day. Ready to build up, and Nicola is away. 2.22 for the launch. Down into the S's, split in the S's, 9.42. Through the S's into Chippies, the next split will come just before Country Corner. Nicola into there, 20.83. Now into Willow. Through Willow up towards Orchard, and the split approaching Orchard, 31.8. Into Farmhouse Bend, round Farmhouse, the split on Farmhouse out is 44.32, speed through the tramp 115, and Nicola is over the finishing line 52.38, a little bit slower than she qualified, but nevertheless she's got a time on the board. And straight back to the top of the hill, sitting in the driver changeover position. And Dave Duran's got a few cars to go. Meanwhile, on the start line, we have Les Much, qualified on a 52.02, lined up Making sure the gloves are tight, and he's off and running already. And it's 2.08 for the launch. Very quick indeed. Kicking up the dust with wheels on the grass as he heads down towards the S's. That's not going to help traction. Through the S's already. Into and out of chippies. The split at S approach was 9.12, the quickest at country, 19.99. Again, first sub 20. So Les on a charge, heading towards Orchard, 31.14, and takes the scenic route round the corner, loses a lot of time. Now into Farmhouse Bend, Farmhouse out. It's 44.93, so quite a bit slower than Nicola, and over the finish in a 53.03. So that means Nicola will finish ahead of Les, and Les straight into the driver changeover, and they're working on the car. I think they should have greased Les so we get in and out of the car a lot quicker. But he's I don't think there's a limit to the number of people who can work on the car, but there's 4 of them doing the business. And Les levering himself up and out of the car. Stuart Sugden busily adjusting the seat belts. Pit crew cleaning the tyres, checking the pressures. And there's going to be a splash and dash as well by the look of it. Stuart Sugden putting in some padding. He's a little bit slighter than Les. Only a little bit. Now into the overalls. Careful with that zip. So Stuart just putting his crash helmet on. We didn't get a speed through the speed trap for Les. And Stuart climbing aboard, sliding down into the cockpit. Meanwhile, Lee Griffiths is already strapped in and raring to go down the hill behind him. And the pit crew still working away on the driver changeover. Meanwhile, in the background, Nicola and Dave are also doing the changeover. And they've also already put in the tyre wrap on to their GR55, so that's going to be ready to go when required. Meanwhile, Les strapping Stuart into the car, the steering wheel going back on. And we're almost ready. Just taking the chock out. That's a good idea. Shake of the hands with the crew, and Stuart set us off, rolling down towards the start area. So it's great to have a little camera position, or a camera operated by hand in the paddock, to see the driver changeovers. And right after Stuart Sugden, Lee Griffiths pulled into the chute to head down the start. You can see Lee on the live feed heading down the access road to run round the back of the spectator area at Farmhouse. Meanwhile, Stuart Sugden has arrived at the start line. So start line crew, get Stuart all lined up. He's now giving them a thumbs up, he's ready to go. And he's away. Off the start line into Clark's. 1.99 for the launch. Cracking start for Stuart. Heading down into the S's already. 8.92. Fastest so far. The fleet little Raptor round Chippies heading towards Country Corner. 19.4. Country. Stuart Sugden charging up the hill out of Willow, heading towards Orchard. The split before Orchard, 30.17. Nearly a full second up on Les. Stuart Sugden into Farmhouse Bend. Looking for the split at Farmhouse out. And it's a 42.61. No speed coming up through the speed trap. And Stuart Sugden over the finish, 50.27. That's incredible, 1.3 quicker than he qualified. Already onto the start line, Lee Griffiths in the OMS 28, qualified on a 51.51. So Lee, revs building, and he's away, heading towards Clark's, 2.11 for the launch, only third quickest. A lot of dust being kicked up by Lee as he heads down into the S's. Back end almost snapped round on him. Round Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. Split at the S's. It was 9.21. And at Orchard, sorry, at Country, 19.87. So up towards Orchard, it's 30.51. So second fastest at that point into Farmhouse Bend. Can he pull any more time back? Charging up 42.69. He's within 800ths of Stuart Sugden's time through the final corner, and it's a 50.59 for Lee Griffiths. Just slightly slower than Stuart Sugden. 108 was recorded through the speed trap. We didn't get one for Stuart Sugden, unfortunately, but 50.59 puts Lee Griffiths into second and guarantees him at least a point in the runoff. Jonathan Varley onto the start line now with the GWR Predator, qualified with a 50.46. Revs build up, and he's away off the start line. 2.27 for the launch, heading down towards the S's. Split at the S's, 9.29. Only one car slower than him at that point, heading up towards Country, and at the split there, 19.93. He's moved ahead of Les Much at that point. Now heading for Orchard. Jonathan Varley on a charge, 30.34. He's second fastest at that point, heading up into Farmhouse Bend. This is a really quick run for Jonathan. Out of Farmhouse, 42 dead, the quickest so far. Heading into the final corner, 105 through the speed trap, 49.66 for Jonathan Varley, goes into the lead. more importantly, that was over a half a second quicker than he qualified. In fact, he was at 8/10 quicker. Dave Uran now heading to the start line, the Gould GR55B, qualified on a 49.82. So Dave lined up, visor down and away, hanging about, off and running into Clark's, 2.17 for the launch, down into the S's. 8.8, the fastest so far, into and out of the S's, round Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner and our next split, and he's there in 19.45, second quickest behind Stuart Sugden. But he'll make that up with the extra power, charging up towards Orchard. And Dave Uran, 29.86, the fastest to Orchard. Farmhouse out our next split, safely through Farmhouse, on the power early, and it's a 41.72 in the lead. 129 through the speed trap, and over the finish, 49.23, takes him into the lead ahead of Jonathan Varley. So Trevor Willis up to the start. Trevor qualified on a 49.50. Revs rising. Into the launch, away he goes. Into Clark's, 2.05 for the first 64 foot. Down into the S's. It's an 8.55, our quickest so far to Essen. And round Chippies, what can he do? Country, 18.91, the first to go sub-19. Into and out of Willow, heading up towards Orchard. Splitting Orchard, 28.96. Almost a second up on Dave Uran at that point, into Farmhouse Bend. At Farmhouse out, 40.14, and quickest by far, and over the finish line, 47.32 for Trevor Willis, 122 through the speed trap. So that's a cracking time for Trevor, and fastest in our runoff, and faster than any of the other qualifying times. On the start line, Richard Spedding qualified on a 48.82 with the GWR Raptor 2. Away from the start, heading towards Clark's, 2.04 for the launch. Second quickest behind Stuart Sugden. Down into the S's, 8.82. Second quickest to Dave Uran at that point. Heading up towards Country Corner. And into Country, 19.19. Second quickest. Out of Willow towards Orchard. And it's a 29.55. Only third quickest at that point. Sorry, second quickest at that point. Into Farmhouse out. And it's a 41.11, so again second behind Dave Uran, up through the finish and over the finish, 48.75 goes second, just 105 miles an hour through the speed trap is indicated. So that's where Richard lost the time on the straights, the lack of the torque and the brute power of a V8 cost him the time. We now have Scott Moran on the start. 48.60 was his qualifying time. Now lined up. Checks the visor. Revs rise. And he's away. Heading towards Clark. 2.22 for the launch. Heading down towards the S's. This is the vital split. 8.86, so just behind Richard Spedding there, round Chippies, up towards Country Corner. 19.24, slithers round Country, slightly out of control, unlike Scott Moran, heading towards Orchard, into Orchard, 29.44, second fastest behind Trevor Willis, round Farmhouse Bend, powering his way up, 41.02, again, second behind Trevor, and over the finishing line, 48.21, 118 through the speed trap. So 48.21 slots him into second place behind Scary Trev. On to the start line, Wallace Menzies. Wallace qualified on a 48.44, but he has reset the new hill record at 46.75 in the first runoff. So can he get close to that time? Down comes the visor. Revs build and he's away. Heading towards Clark, 2.01 for the launch. Second quickest. Down into the S's, 8.65. Again, second quickest behind Trevor. Round Chippies. Up towards Country Corner, 18.95 at the split. Still behind Trevor, but only just. Through Willow, heading towards Orchard. 7.9, quickest to Orchard. What can he do at Farmhouse? Out on the power, 40.02, quickest by far, and up into the final corner, 47.27 for Wallace Menzies. Goes into the lead, and 122 through the speed trap. On to the start line now, Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm, qualified on a 48.37. Had a technical issue during the first runoff, so was unable to take part. He's away quickly, heading towards Clark's, 2.03 for the launch, just 200 slower than Wallace. Down into the S's, 8.54. And that's the quickest so far. Up towards Country Corner, 18.76. He's up on the clock on everybody. Into and out of Willow. Heading towards Orchard. 28.85. Just dropped behind Wallace. Up towards Farmhouse Bend. Farmhouse out is going to be vital. And Alex is through there, 40.03, just 100th of a second slower than Wallace Menzies. Over the finish, 47.39, slots into second place. 143 miles an hour indicated through the speed trap. So we just have one runner to go. That is Matt Ryder. Fastest qualifier on a 47.71. Time to beat at the moment, 47.27. So Matt Ryder onto the start line. Gould GR59J being lined up. Start line crew ready. And Matt, and stalled the car on the start. Now, I'm not sure whether that'll have to be realigned. But, the car just being reset by the start line crew. And Ryder going through the pre-launch. And he's away from the start. 2.12 for the launch, slightly slower than the quicker drivers, but he's picking it up. It's 8.62. He's ahead of Wallace Menzies down into the S's, round Chippies already, powering his way up to Country Corner. 18.76, identical time to Alex Summers. Out of Willow, charging up towards Orchard, into Orchard, 28.31, quickest by far at that point, into Farmhouse Bend, powering out of Farmhouse, 39.37. He's up on the clock, heading up into the final corner and over the finish. 46.39, 125 miles an hour through the finish, and 46.39, ladies and gentlemen, a new hill record to Matt Ryder. Fantastic end to our second top 12 runoff. It couldn't have been closer until that very last run where Matt Ryder really shone. Great run from Matt. I hope you've enjoyed your day here at Harewood. We've had a fantastic time. We've seen some class records, hill records broken again, and we wish you all a safe journey home. We look forward to seeing you back at Harewood in the future. And this is Steve Wilkinson signing off.
Change that balloon. Steady camp.
Thank you.
It's only me, don't worry.
Wow. Do you think so?
And on the right, that's inside. On the right.
Just lucky, I guess. Oh, Jamie, I shall start eating pizza then.
Sean's already been on the phone. He was on the phone as soon as you were here. I couldn't answer because it was like,
Were you just stunned?
Oh, problems doesn't matter. That sounds great day.
Oh,